Okay. Good morning. I'd like to call this meeting to order. For the record, today's date is Tuesday, August 27, 2024, and the time is 9:04. At this time, we will have a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer. Thank you. Supervisor Cannabis, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk of the board, can we have a roll call, please?
Supervisor Ding?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa?
Here.
Supervisor Patty?
Hello,
You?
yes, here.
Supervisor Rickman?
Here.
And Chairman Villapudua?
Present. Thank you. And we'll start with our first recognition. Item number 1, oral presentation by the San Joaquin County Agricultural Commission of the 2023 crop report. We have with us our Ag Commissioner, Kamal Bagri.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board, CAO, and County Council. I am your Ag Commissioner and Sealer of Weights and Measures, Kamal Bagri. I'm really happy to be here this morning to present our crop report. No worries. So I'll be presenting the 2023 crop report. One of the things we considered was that in last year, when we were presenting 2022 crop report, Supervisor Patty specially requested that we talk about the economic importance of agriculture in the county when we bring our crop report this year. So we'll be highlighting that this year. Just a few minutes.
It'll
The
be just
PowerPoint presentation should be coming up.
It'll be just a few minutes, Chairman.
Okay. Supervisor Patty, will you tell us a story, please? Yeah, really.
I do that every year. So our Ag Venture events, which happen in Manteca, Stockton, Lodi, and Tracy now, which is a new, starting last year. We have our third graders come through, over 12,000 through these events. And I would love to have board members present at these Ag Venture events. And Ag Venture last year won an award, innovation award, I believe, of some sort, for doing the online education things for the third grade, or for everybody in the world. I think anybody could watch those tours, online tours. So those were very successful. So, okay, so in accordance with the California Food and Agriculture Code, Section 2272 and Section 2279, I'm pleased to present the 90th Annual Report of San Joaquin County's agriculture production. It is no secret that the farming and agriculture is an important part of our world. Without the advances in farming practices and machinery to assist farmers in growing and harvesting crops, our everyday lives would be much more difficult due to lack of abundant food. What is not commonly known is just how many jobs and industries that are stimulated by the agriculture industries and its products. This year's theme, Beyond the Tractor, is going to highlight and provide this insight and reveal further reasoning as to why agriculture is such a driving force of San Joaquin County. Okay, why this is not working? Oh, there we go. Oh, geez. Can we put it to slide number 2, please? All the secrets are revealed. Yeah, I was. Okay, thank you.
Can we blame Paul Canepa on any of this not working? That'd be fair? He's vice chair.
I have my computer back up here, thank you.
No worries.
The actual thing up.
Okay, so you will find in our crop report some of the examples of jobs that are stimulated by the agriculture industry, including grocery store employees, truckers, lab workers, and many more. In total, our county supports a total of over 34,000 jobs related to agriculture, just under 10% of all jobs in our county. So when the agriculture industry faces economic and environmental changes, it causes a whole host of jobs to change in response. In San Joaquin County, we generate over $3 billion annually from our agriculture alone. Once you add in all the agriculture adjacent industries, such as food manufacturing and wineries, the number shoots up to over $4 billion annually. These numbers for the agriculture industry have remained strong, even through times of economic struggle, attesting to the reliability of the agriculture industry as the foundation of our county's efforts. And you could see on the slide here, we are bringing up to $7.8 billion in economic output to this county. So the 2023 San Joaquin County's gross agriculture production values total $3,220,324,000. This is a decrease of 0.75% from the 2022 total value of $3,244,671,000. One thing to remember here is that these figures represent gross values of agriculture commodities rather than net return to our growers. I will be passing on the mic to Louis Hayden, who is our Agriculture and Standards Inspector, who will be going over the top 10 commodities by ranking.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me now? Good morning, everyone. I will be talking today about the top 10 commodities for the 2023 crop report. At number 10, we have silage other with $77,970,000. Silage includes forage crops such as barley, oat, sorghum, and the percent decrease from last year was 7.88%, which is due to an acreage drop in the commodity. At number 9, we have blueberries at $81,178,000, which is a 23.13% increase from last year, and that was because of an increase in yield for blueberries that we had. At number 8, we have cattle and calves at $145,596,000, a 12.12% increase from last year, and that was due to an increase in the number of heads as well as the price per unit. At number 7, we have tomatoes all, which includes both fresh and processed tomatoes, at $147,369,000, a 4.58% increase from last year, and that was due to both yield and pricing. At number 6, we have walnuts at $149,326,000 at a percent increase of 2.28%, and that was due to an increase in pricing for walnuts. At number 5, we have eggs, which is $238,924,000, a 36.85% increase, which was due to an increase in the total production as well as the price. At number 4, we have cherries with $273,374,000, a decrease by 8.07% from 2022, which is due to a decrease in acreage of the trees. At number 3, we have almonds at $343,553,000, and that drop was due to a drop in total yield of 13.5% overall. At number 2, we have grapes at $393,887,000, an 8.40% decrease from 2022, which was because of a decrease in acreage as well as pricing due to oversaturation of the market. And finally, at number 1, we have milk at $621,400,000, only a 0.81% decrease from the last year due to a decrease in pricing.
Thank you, Hayden. Thank you, Hayden. So these were our top 10 commodities. Again, milk is number 1 this year. I would also like to highlight our important programs at the Agriculture Commissioner's Office, exports being number 1. So the top 5 commodities which are shipped in tonnage wise is here. Walnuts ranked number 1 with 3,477 certificates that were issued. Almonds number 2, rice number 3, cherries number 4, and onions number 5. Again, this is based on the tonnage, not on number of certificates that were issued by the office. So here are the top 10 countries by certificates: Republic of Korea, Japan, India, the Republic of Turkey, Mexico, United Arab Emirates, Canada, Taiwan, Italy, and Germany. And the department issued 12,464 total certificates for the export into 90 different countries. Another program our office oversees is pest exclusion. This is a very important program. We make sure that the pest which could harbor in these shipments which are destined for San Joaquin County, those shipments are inspected at different places such as parcels, UPS, FedEx, DHL, at nurseries, trucks, bee shipments, any air freight that is coming in. So the staff conducted total of 9,210 inspections in 2023. Our program for pest detection, which is primarily run by our seasonal employees who work 8 months out of the year. They trap for 12 different pests, and we put out 10,281 traps. These traps are serviced on bi-weekly basis. Our office is also tasked with us approving the certified farmers markets in the county. We have total of 6 markets in 5 different cities. This is the way for our farmers to be able to sell directly to the consumers. Another very important program for our office is pesticide use enforcement. So last year, we issued 1,005 agriculture registrations to different entities in the county. As you could see the numbers on the slide, we have container recycling events we do in different cities in the county where we inspect any pesticide containers that are empty so they could be recycled, helping the environment. Last year, we had 230,318 containers that were certified through our department. We also conduct online continuing education and in-person continuing education classes. Last year, we had in-person 6 meetings, and online, we had 3,503 certified and registered users who went through our program. We also have an annual Spray Safe meeting we conduct every year for the industry, and we have around 500 growers and certified applicators that come through that meeting also. I would like to say thank you to our growers and our agriculture entities, producers, representatives who helped in compilation of this report. I would also like to express my sincere thanks to our agricultural commissioner staff, especially agriculture biologist standards inspector Israel Arambula, Cheyenne Lewis, and Hayden Lewis, and also our deputy ag commissioner Jitendra Gill, for all their hard work and diligence in compiling the necessary information that made this report possible. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you for that report. Are there any questions from the board? We will get there. Yeah. Any questions from the board? Okay, at this time, we'll open a public comment. Our first speaker is Andrew, I think I'm pronouncing this right, Janikowski?
Janice.
All right. Thank you.
All right, Supervisors, Commissioner, thank you so much for this time to talk here. The report came out good. We hate to see, especially our top 3 dropping, but unfortunately that is kind of the sign of the times here in agriculture. There's increased costs, decreased markets, shipping issues still remaining from COVID, trying to get products moved. You can still see the effects of that in the 2023 report. But we have a great relationship with the Ag Commissioner's Office. We appreciate her work. She's always at our board meetings, always reaching out. We spend a lot of time on the phone talking, working on issues like what we can do to help the producers here in the county. Thank you guys for your support of agriculture here in the county. I've seen different counties and boards of supervisors where you have agriculture and the supervisors at odds, and it doesn't work out well for anybody. So thank you so much for your support. We appreciate the time you take with us to get to know the issues and the support you have for our growers here in this county. So thank you very much, and look forward to seeing you with a better report next year. Hopefully things will be going up.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak for the board? I see no one. I will close public comment. Bring it back to the board. Any other comment from Supervisor Patty?
Sure. Thank you, Chairman. Great report. Thank you. And I really want to share the reason why I had asked you to do some of the economic value. This had come up in our conversation with Metropolitan Water and defending our right to water in the Delta and protecting our precious resource here. And they were very empathetic to the jobs and the regional impact of what the relevance of water in the ag production. So having those numbers, the numbers of employees, and you can see the numbers went up dramatically, that economic value from from the agriculture commerce right here in San Joaquin County. So it was very important, and I would encourage you to continue that every year because it is this great, whoever's going to be on the board next year dealing with Metropolitan Water on the Delta County Coalition, it's really good information to share because it gives, again, very significant relevance and a good argument for sustainability and protecting our water rights. I do see, unfortunately, as mentioned, you see some of these commodities go down, and it's a big risk that our farmers take every single year because the yield, the weather, the market rates can all change, and it can have a dramatic impact. My focus would always be, what are we doing to help agriculture in our community so that they can be more prosperous? So any ideas that can come forward, anything that's happening in other regions that we can bring into San Joaquin County, I'm in favor of, so that this county maintains and continues and really promotes our agricultural vitality and the sustainability of it. So it was a great report in a lot of capacities, but you do see a couple of commodities had gone down, so that's a big challenge. But anything we can do, and even that includes standing up and challenging Sacramento and some of the laws that come down that make it more prohibitive and the cost impact to even stay in business for agriculture and dairy and beyond. So we encourage you to continue doing a great job and engaging at Sacramento and locally as well. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Cannabis.
No, just to the gentleman's comment, I just want to say there's an agenda item on here. It's number 13, and it was asked about how we work together, and I want to commend the Ag Commissioner for bringing that forward. And it's about hiring and retaining employees. And I went out and we spoke, and this came up, and now it's on the consent to be more competitive, to pay the people that we have, to keep qualified people, because it's very difficult. And I don't know if you want to speak to that agenda item. I know it's on here, but I think that's what it is. It's about the partnerships that we share and getting things done, as to the gentleman's comments, that our board is supportive. So this is obviously on here for today, and I think it's important to not only retain employees, but, get people that want to come here and work. So if you could kind of speak to that, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, Supervisor Canepa through the chair. Yes, I'm very, very thankful to CAO's office and HR to be really looking at and zooming in on agriculture commissioner's office, as I have spoken before, that this job requires up to 14 licenses. And there is a very small pool of candidates that 58 counties are fighting for. So making sure that the wages are competitive, that we attract more people into this county, because we are very big agriculture county, so our programs are very big. We are different from Bay Area counties where the agriculture is small and they are doing more structural and weights and measures work. So with all the work which goes into this job, it is very nice to see that there is some kind of a reward which is given to the inspectors through pay increases. So I'm very thankful for that.
So yeah, I just wanted to share that with the people, because a lot of people don't understand. I was just out there 2 months ago, and this is awesome for government time to get something this quickly. So I do want to thank HR and the CAO's office for getting that done. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Kamal, thank you very much. You and your team do a great job, and I look forward to this report every single year. I want to say thank you to the Farm Bureau, Andrew, and all your crew out there for the advocating for ag here in San Joaquin County. And if you look at this report, and you've heard it said multiple times, is San Joaquin County, we feed the world, and it shows where our products grow. You see grown here every day. It's not just consumed here; it's shipped out through the entire world. And you mentioned the farmers market, and if you haven't been to one, each city pretty much, at least the major cities, have them. And not only does it support agriculture, it supports shop local, right, to help our small business owners. And the Ag Venture. I know I go out there, I think I've been out there every single year, or close to every single year. And it's just excellent to see our third graders from throughout the county. And, I think that's one thing that we need to continue to do and even propel further, is to make people aware of agriculture. And, starting young, so, our students, our kids see where our food comes from. but also our elected officials that, need to go out there and see where their food come from. For example, when I had Ag Venture last year, I think I was with Supervisor Patty, there was some goats and stuff, and he thought it was like a large dog, and I had to tell him, no, Tom, these are goats, being a city guy, so it was nice to see him out there. But lastly, in Sacramento, and Supervisor Patty is absolutely right, and I think this board has done a good job advocating for our ag industry. If you see these bills that are coming out of Sacramento and the regulations that they're imposing on our farmers and agricultures is just insane. And it's almost like it's an attack on our ag industry and our farmers with these regulations. And what Sacramento doesn't realize is, hey, we're all suffering from inflation and we've all seen the price of everything go up. You put more regulations on things and prices just continue to elevate. And I don't know about you, but when I go to the grocery store, it's just me and my wife now, and the amount of money we pay for groceries, the middle classes just keeps on getting slammed. And one of the reasons is because of these regulations. But again, Kamal, thank you very much for what you and your team does. And like we told you in the budget, especially Supervisor Ding and I, and well, I should say, I don't want to exclude the whole board, but the whole board, if you need assistance in whatever it may be to make your job easier so we can, help out this industry, because this is the biggest industry. It's over $3 billion here in San Joaquin County. So please let us know.
Thank you, Supervisor Rickman. And you brought up Ag Venture. This year, our specialty crop block grant we applied for got denied. We've been getting that for several years. So that means that we will be utilizing a lot of county funding and our trust funding for Ag Venture events in the future. We'll continue to apply for more grants, but the support will be really needed.
Hey, I can tell
couple
you,
of years.
you have my support, and that brings up another point real quick, and I'll end it here. But those of you that have children and students, we have the 4-H programs throughout here in San Joaquin County. We have FFA, and pretty much I think every city has an FFA. We had Ag Fest, just recently, and it's a great program that teaches leadership, dedication, and camaraderie. So please look into it and check it out. So again, thank you, and God bless you guys.
Thank you. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. I just want to say, Kamal, fantastic job. Andrew, your comments, is just the epitome of what's right with San Joaquin County. There's a relationship. She's not your adversary, she's your advocate. And she really is. She protects our most valuable resource, our people. I don't want to cross her, but she does go to bat every single week for ag. I do want to talk to some of the individuals with Ag Venture and see what else we can do. It's just amazing. You go out there and you see kids that have, they've never seen an animal, let alone, you wonder if they've ever left the 3 blocks, radius of where they grew up. And it is kind of a special time. And as, being in the, the Gods portion of San Joaquin County in the beautiful 4th District, we are, with a lot of crops, we are pivoting. And, with some of the grape lands going fallow and how we're gonna pivot and make up for that. And part of that is maybe an extension and taking advantage of our wine ordinance, which we're, looking at how we can use that as well. So it doesn't all get paved over with warehouses. So, thank you.
Yeah, Kamal, I want to thank you and your team, also your staff. Excellent report, and gives us a real idea of what's going on in our county. So I appreciate both of your guys' help.
Thank you.
Oh, Supervisor Patty would like one more question.
Yes, I have one more question. So by expanding the Ag Venture into Tracy, was that because this last year they got electricity and indoor plumbing? You were able to communicate with them? Something of that reason, because we want to expand it throughout all of the county, not just the 3rd and preferred district, but I'm glad you're including Supervisor Rickman's district as well. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments?
Right.
Go ahead, Kamal.
That's
Are
it.
you all done?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, well, again, thank you very much.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Clerk of the board, can you please read the next proclamation or
Thank you.
recognition?
Thank you, Chairman. Next, we have the request by the Office of Emergency Services to proclaim the month of September 2024 as Community Preparedness Month in San Joaquin County. And I would invite Director Sierra to the podium, as he's already here, as I read this proclamation, which states, whereas the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, has designated the month of September 2024 as National Preparedness Month across the country to promote emergency preparedness through public involvement. And whereas the County of San Joaquin recognizes the significant public safety threat that natural and man-made disasters pose to the population, assets, and economy of our county, and has endured multiple floods, droughts, and other disasters causing loss of life, millions of dollars in property damage, and loss of economic commerce. And whereas the County of San Joaquin and its residents are familiar with local threats and hazards, and its residents recognize the importance of signing up for SJ Ready alerts, making a plan, and building a supply kit. And whereas this September 11th, 2024 is the 23rd anniversary of the terrorist attacks on the nation where 3,000 Americans lost their lives in New York City, Washington, D.C., and Shanksville. And whereas the 2023 early March storm, DR 4699, with an estimated 91 properties damaged, destroyed, or affected, including homes and businesses, resulted in over $9 million in damages in the county. And whereas the 2022 winter storm, DR 4683, with an estimated 765 properties damaged, destroyed, or affected, including homes, businesses, nonprofit organizations, and outbuildings, resulted in over $106 million in damages in the county. And whereas the economic and social disruption of the COVID-19 pandemic devastated tens of millions of people worldwide and to date resulted in a total of 2,659 deaths in San Joaquin County. Now therefore be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the month of September 2024 as Community Preparedness Month in San Joaquin County, and in doing so urges all who work, live, and play in San Joaquin County to be prepared for emergencies and disasters in support of the county's strategic support area of public safety. Join us as we observe National Preparedness Month, sponsored nationally by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, presented this 27th day of August, 2024. Chairman Villapudua.
Thank you for that. So good morning, Sierra. Would you like to say a few words?
Sure. I think your proclamation excuse me, did us justice, but I would like to thank the board specifically for recognizing September as National Preparedness Month and highlighting the importance of the building resilience in our communities. It also stresses the need for our residents to prepare themselves for disasters and emergencies that may arise. But I think more importantly, it shows the board's support for the Office of Emergency Services and the work that we're doing out there each day to plan for and prepare for and mitigate these disasters as they come. So thank you again for your support.
Absolutely. We do have some comments from our supervisors. Supervisor Ding.
Absolutely. Thank you, and thank you to your whole team. I think it's phenomenal. I'm not going to rehash old stories from 20 months ago. But, you know, first day, getting a firsthand account of how important it is to be ready is extremely important. The fact that most of the public doesn't even realize you're there is probably a good thing. It means that it's about disasters that are being averted and not taken care of. So you are very much appreciated, and I just want to tell you that. Thank you.
Vice Chair Cannabis.
No, since I got elected, it's definitely kicked up a notch at OES, and so I want to commend you and your staff for the great job, that they've done in moving forward. So I'm glad to support. Thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Sierra, you're doing a great job at OES. I know it's these are one of these things that's a job that how do you expect the unexpected? There's so many things that are unanticipated that may happen, but that's the exact challenge that you have before you is like always be prepared for anything that may happen. And I know you've got the board support, and we are very proud that OES is expanding, standing up, and becoming more prepared under your watch. So thank you for doing a great job. We really do appreciate that.
Thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Director Sarah, great to see you again and your team. Thank you for all you do. You guys are doing a great job. You know, when the board put OES directly underneath, you know, the Board of Supervisors, and this is the outcome that we wanted to see, and you're living up to that. And I can tell you firsthand that, you know, this year, at least in my district, you know, the fires are been more than usual. The Corral Hollow Fire is a prime example. 14,000 acres that burnt, evacuations. We lost one home. And during that whole time, I mean, you and your team were working with allied agencies, you know, state and local, you know, fire departments to make sure our residents were taken care of. We were on the phone, you know, got every hour, you know, on the upkeeps and evacuation points and so on. So, you know, great job by all those who took part in that. And please let us know if there is equipment or resources that you need. You know, they're talking about a wet winter coming up again. And of course, that's always the flood dangers. So again, thank you and your team. God bless you guys.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir, I really want to thank you. In the 8 years I've been here, you have taken charge of OES. You've done an incredible job. Really proud of you and your staff. And thank you for all you do. Would you mind joining us, me and the board, for a photo? Gentlemen, come on down. Moving on to public comment. Now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda, minutes, consent calendar, and closed session items. Our first speaker this morning is Lauren. No? You got it, Lauren. Danielle Cardinelli, I got it.
You got it.
You threw me off with the Danielle.
I know. I wanted to see if you were paying attention today.
Okay.
In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. A reading from the second letter of Paul to the Thessalonians. We ask you, brothers and sisters, with regard to the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ and our assembling with him, not to be shaken out of your minds suddenly, or to be alarmed either by a spirit or by an oral statement, or by a letter allegedly from us to the effect that the day of the Lord is at hand. Let no one deceive you in any way. To this end, he has also called you through our gospel, to possess the glory of our Lord Jesus Christ. Therefore, brothers and sisters, stand firm and hold fast to the traditions that you were taught, either by an oral statement or by a letter of ours. May our Lord Jesus Christ himself and God of Father, who has loved us and given us everlasting encouragement and good hope through his grace, encourage your hearts and strengthen them in every good deed and word. The word of the Lord. I'm here today to ask for an emergency work stoppage of the Office of Emergency Services after action plan countermeasures. I hold the professional standard for writing JHAs, HAFs, and I have trained in the current work plans that you are executing here locally. The countermeasures are harming people, and your county, specifically through the 1930s Act of Emergency, has elected an ordinance. Your ordinance allowed your public health director, your Maggie Park, whatever her title is, and that gentleman who you just awarded a letter to harm our children, kill our parents, and endanger the genetic code of their bodies. I don't want my children to become sterile. I am standing in the way of this. The Office of Emergency Services is flagrantly and egregiously out of order. We are experiencing what is called a high-activity emergency, and he will not respond. Not one of your people has responded to my emails. I have requested time with council, and I'm very disappointed in the fact that you think it's okay for the federal government and the state government to guide you in harming people. These are children. These are our families. They grow our food. My chains are gone. I've been set free. My God, my Savior has ransomed me. And like that flood, his mercy reigns. Unending love, amazing grace. Do better.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carol Ornelas. Good morning, Carol.
Good morning, Chairman Villaputa and Board of Supervisors. I'm here with quite excitement in my heart to report out to you that on August 8th, we received from the Tax Credit Allocation Committee that we had been awarded $30 million to complete the finance package for La Pasillera, that all of you had foresight to approve $1.5 million, which helped us in the competitive pool that is so greatly oversubscribed. We were able to achieve this goal of receiving it. I want to thank Supervisor Miguel Villaputa and Supervisor Tom Petty for leading the charge in bringing this project to the Board of Supervisors. What does this mean now? What this means is in the next few months, we will complete the construction drawings, and we need to be in construction by February 15th of 2025. So, you know, this is a community that lacks an affordable housing for our workforce. This will bring 99 units that you are all part of. And it is so exciting because we just opened up Grandview. In 7 days, we had 1,500 applications. The average family was paid $2,000. We know that this type of housing will relieve some of the people that are overburdened by rent and give them a beautiful and safe place to live. That includes childcare, that includes an education component, and also easy access to the downtown. When we opened up Grandview, the letters that we received, we had 3 families that worked at Bank of Stockton that now just walk across the street. And when we're looking for solutions, we look for this type of solution in housing. We not only help them save money in rent, and we help them save money in gas. It is your foresight that I want to thank you and congratulate you for being my partner. We have many partners. It took many layerings to get to $70 million, but we couldn't do it without you. So I really want to thank you and look forward to our groundbreaking and then also to the grand opening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jody Graham.
Good morning. As you are all probably aware, there was a recent disruption to many computer systems due to a CrowdStrike failure. A faulty update was automatically downloaded into the systems which utilize CrowdStrike through an internet connection. The Register of Voters office was asked about how this failure affected their office. Their response was that they had not been affected by the failure. However, the following questions were asked in a public records request, with these answers provided by the Register of Voters office. Question: was the system that holds, supports, or otherwise has access to the voter roll database affected by the CrowdStrike outage? Answer: yes. Question, please estimate the time duration from the start of the CrowdStrike outage was observed in your offices to the time that the offending software was finally removed from all affected devices. Answer, 12 hours. It is now apparent that the voter rolls are in fact connected to the internet and were affected by the CrowdStrike failure. This brings up many questions. Some of them are, what have you done to ensure that the voter rolls were not manipulated or changed during the outage? What security measures are you taking to ensure that nefarious characters cannot hack the voter rolls, since CrowdStrike seems to have its failings? Why are the voter rolls connected to the internet, since the ROV office is supposedly the only agency with access to the rolls, as was stated by the Register of Voters at the Election Advisory Committee meeting? These are just some questions to ponder. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Molly Watkins.
Good morning. Just so you remember that San Joaquin County was 7th in the nation out of 3,000 plus counties for ag production in 22. And we and Stanislaus County go back and forth. Sometimes we're 7, sometimes we're 8. So we're very, very special in this county, being 7th in the nation for ag production. With Walnuts being number 6 in the top 10, you have to take those numbers relative to all the numbers that we're all putting more inputs in and not making any money. And the walnut industry is upside down. We're upside down $1,500 an acre. So when we come as Farm Bureau to ask for, to reevaluate the property tax, take that into consideration. That, yeah, we're producing a crop, but we're not selling it and we're not making any money. And the poor grape guys aren't even picking their grapes. So yes, you have vines there and you're caring for them, but you're not even reaping any juice from them to make something with. On the election note, you'd be disappointed if I didn't talk about the election. All right, so the drop boxes, we had cameras in the March election. The office told us that they had $80,000 for 2 sets of cameras, one in the fall, or one in the spring, and one at the final election. Well, at the meeting last night, she said she spent $102,000, $112,000, I can't tell you the exact number, for one election. And I will tell you that I saw the film or the video that came from that. It was 36 terabytes. And when you opened it, it's in 1-minute segments. So if you want to look up the Stanislaus State School box, you have to look up the date, which the dates are there. So you pick March 4th, March 5th, whatever day you want to look, and then you have to click it 1 minute at a time. So she's fixed that. So now we have $260,000 contract, and I've asked to see that contract, haven't gotten it yet, for the camera that we're going to get in November. But we got grant money, so it's only going to cost us $164,000. And I should hope that the contract comes with the better viewing than 1-minute segments. And the other contract for $100,000 we were supposed to see in real time. So who's making these things? This is a disaster. A lot of money for poor walnut farmers who don't have any money, paying taxes for stupid. So can you fix that? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carla Haney. Did I say it right?
I will say yes.
Great, thanks.
There's lots of other things you could
Yeah.
call me, so. Good morning, everybody. Nice to see you. So I just want to touch on the ag just a little bit. So I'm part of Cattlewomen in this county and in Stanislaus. I'm actually VP. Molly's the president. We participate in all the ag ventures. And why Tracy got added? Because we could not get buses to go further in location, so we had to do local. So that's why Tracy got added, which is a good thing, I believe. But again, it was regarding the buses because we couldn't get buses to go from Stockton to Tracy. The other thing, just interesting, kind of make you chuckle, because Rotary does a Rotary read-in in February around Dr. Seuss's birthday. So we go into the schools as Cattlewomen, or so does the California Women for Agriculture, and read books to the students on agriculture and cattle and dairy. So one of the questions that always comes up, where does chocolate milk come from? It comes from brown cows. No, okay. Also, where does produce come from? Oh, it comes from the grocery store. There's a cornfield right there, kind of thing. So that's where when she spoke about that, and also Supervisor Ding, that they're just in a 3-block area, basically. They're not paying attention. I grew up in LA, and I know more about agriculture than most people in this area. So anyway, so on the elections, just to talk about, to reiterate what Molly said. So we had asked, 2 weeks ago, I'd asked, said that the Election Advisory Committee had not received the hard drive that they were promised with all the videos. We finally got that night. Suddenly it was available, which was kind of interesting. But one of the drop boxes is missing. So the Tracy Elk Lodge is not on there. So we'll be public requesting that again. And as Molly said, so think about this. It's 24 drop boxes, 24 hours, times 60 minutes. That's 1,368,000 videos that are on this drive. Tell me how that works. Okay, yeah, you can drag and watch 10 at a time. It gets schizophrenic, but you have to do that over and over and over and over to check out. We were promised real time that we could go look 24 hours a day, and the new system better do that. And if I were you, I'd ask for that 40 million back. Just saying. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Don Wiley.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Don Wiley. I'm the President and CEO at St. Joseph's Medical Center here in Stockton, and just remind you that we've been good partners in terms of our MSA with the county hospital. I'm not here to talk about that. Great partners. I'm here today to address what I think is a health concern that you should have with regards to the membership of the health plan of San Joaquin. St. Joseph's Medical Center and Dignity Health entities here in San Joaquin have been negotiating for almost a year with the health plan and have failed to reach an agreement 5 times. We're on our 6th extension, which expires on Saturday of this week. If we're not able to reach an agreement, it will affect around 240,000 individuals who have access to Health Plan of San Joaquin here in the county, and they will no longer have access to St. Joseph's Medical Center, our home care agency. And the irony is our physicians will still have access, but they'll have no hospital to go to because they don't have privileges at other hospitals for elective care. We will continue to obviously do emergencies and birthing and all of the things required by law, continuity of care, but care could be delayed if we're waiting for a continuity of care determination by the Health Plan of San Joaquin. We're the largest provider for the Health Plan of San Joaquin for both inpatient admissions and emergency visits. We've been supportive of the health plan with almost no increase during the last 5 years. And we are asking to be treated fairly at this time. The interesting thing, and one you'll find probably exciting, we've reached agreement on both financial and term, but not the contract or the termination provision of not reaching an agreement on a template contract, which makes no sense at all. It would be like if someone said to you, here's your contract, but we can terminate anytime we want if we don't reach agreement really quickly on a template agreement, which we can't agree with without knowing what it is. Regulations and or the health plan's own manual could cause increased costs for us, which we can't agree to without at least knowing what those might be. And so we're just asking the health plan to negotiate with us in good faith. We still have negotiations going on this week, and we hope to reach an agreement, but 5 times we have not. And we are not going to extend a 6th time. And then the other thing I would just point out is that the Health Plan of San Joaquin needs to basically drop these requests for unreasonable agreements to terminate the agreement. And this has caused us to basically not understand why we're still negotiating.
Clerk of the Board, can we give Mr. Wiley one more minute, please? Keep going.
Thank you. I was a little distracted by that, as you could tell.
No problem.
We do have meetings scheduled this week, and we're asking the Board of Supervisors for your support. We think we're the good guys here. It's not an economic issue. It doesn't appear to be. And we would like to get it resolved so that members of the health plan of San Joaquin can be served and care at our hospital is not disrupted. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to come before the board? Good morning, Melanie.
Chairman Villaputa, Board of Supervisors, and members of the board. My name is Melanie Knott, and I'm a concerned citizen of San Joaquin County. Election fraud still plagues our county elections. It's an issue widespread across our country and the world. Why here in San Joaquin County do we think differently? Have you heard the recent news that the biggest threat to our elections is the padding of the voter rolls with fake names, deceased voters, voters who've moved, ghost voters that don't exist, and the newest and most significant threat to our elections, illegal aliens, whose names will appear on voter rolls across the country, thanks to compromised legislators and secretaries of state. How infuriating and unacceptable. To believe widespread fraud isn't a reality when clear evidence suggests otherwise is to aid the furtherance of a lie. And to avoid to mention or even look at evidence is no different. We've been given a republic, if we can keep it, a form of representative government of the people, by the people, and for the people that should not turn a blind eye to the truth, but set the standard for upholding truth. I don't say these things to blame or discourage anyone, yet the approach to say or fix nothing only allows the fraud to go unchecked. To restore trust in our elections, let's work together on resolutions to encourage voter ID. We should support, petition, and vote for the SAVE Act. Contact our Congress members in regards to that. Promote in-person voting on Election Day and implement a hand count procedure. Our founding fathers said, "It is the duty of all nations or peoples, all of us together, to acknowledge the providence of Almighty God, to obey his will of justice and righteousness, to be grateful for his benefits, and humbly implore, even appeal, his protection and favor, his wisdom, his counsel, his help, to restore trust in our San Joaquin County elections." When our founding fathers didn't know what to do in harrowing, challenging, or difficult situations, they made an appeal to heaven. Together we can do it. We can partner together with one another and with our Heavenly Father, who will restore fair and honest elections back to San Joaquin County. The spirit of 1776 is what we need now. Thank you. Have a great day, and God bless you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak for the board? I see none. I'll close public comment. At this time, we'll move on to consent calendar. Starting from my right, Supervisor Ding, would you like to pull any items?
Yes, please. I would like to pull item number 10 and 16.
Okay, Supervisor Cannabis.
5, 22, and 26.
Supervisor Patty.
Chairman, number 8, 21, 24, please.
Supervisor Rickman.
I'm good. I don't think there's anything left, is there?
Are you feeling okay? Okay.
There's one about hooking up electricity to Tracy.
And I would like to pull item number 3. So we'll start with my item, District 1, approve the use of Supervisor District 1 funds for the Seeks for Humanity for $15,000, the Sheriff's Foundation for $10,000, New Birth Christian Center, $10,000, Miracle Mile Merchants, 10,000. South Stockton Vikings, 10,000. Hope Church, 2,500. Carl Ross Post, 2,000. Flowers in the Jungle, 2,000. And the San Joaquin County Canine Pack for $700. And the Port City Patriots for 200. And there's one more item I'd like to make a pledge. We do have Uplift Foundation here. Ms. Shiny Mindy and Ron Amador, if you guys please come forward. So they're gonna have I'm gonna let you explain it, but they're gonna have somewhat of a health fair, and I'm gonna pledge 25,000, and it will be on the September 10th calendar. I forgot to submit the paperwork on time, and I apologize. But if you could talk about your project and let the board know what Uplift Foundation is gonna do for the community.
So, thank you so much. First of all, I'd like to tell a little bit about Uplift All Foundation, and on behalf of our team, thank you for letting us do so. We've made our services free and accessible by taking our services wherever they may be needed. We're not only helping individuals in the community, but the entire community, businesses, environment, and the climate. And we have mobile laundry services, showers, restrooms, work office van, and we host medical clinics. So from that, we've seen that we need to have, and we are going to, on November 16th, at the Civic Auditorium, we're hosting a health fair. And the goal of the health fair is to provide essential healthcare services to the most vulnerable members of our society. This event will serve as a critical resource for individuals who are often overlooked and underrepresented in healthcare system. So we want to create a supportive environment in one place at the Civic Auditorium where they can have everything from medical, dental, chiropractic, vision treatments. But we want to make it a fun event, and so we'll have food, music, haircuts, entertainment. So participating in this health fair for low-income and uninsured individuals is not only just good for them, it is good for the entire community, as it provides other non-governmental agencies as well as governmental agencies to network and to collaborate and see what the other service providers are offering to the community in general. And this networking can lead to a more integrated and comprehensive support system for the community, and increased visibility will help build brand awareness and trust within the community. So we're hoping that you will support this health fair on November 16th, and we look forward to serving at least 1,000 people that day. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I was there last week, and what you did was amazing. They fed everyone. They feed someone every day, all their members, and haircuts, showers, numerous things. And you guys are both amazing as far as what you do in the community. Thank you. Ron, would you like to say a few words?
I would. First of all, I'd like to thank you, Chairman, for all of your hard work and dedication in supporting our organizations. All of the supervisors here have experienced and seen our organizations, and certainly what we do is very gratifying, but we could not do it without your support. So I wanted to personally take this opportunity to thank you. We appreciate what you folks do as well, and we continue your support. And we look forward to your support in this event on November the 16th. Again, thank you,
Great.
Chairman.
I'm going to pledge 25, and hopefully my other board members can, chip in.
We
Look
certainly
around.
appreciate
Any
that.
help? Great.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, moving on to item number 8, the CAO's office adopt a resolution approving the San Joaquin County's participation in the San Joaquin Regional Housing Fund as one of the San Joaquin County's member agencies. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to ask through the chair, our CAO, we had Mr. Ornelas up just a short bit ago during public comment, recognizing and appreciating the board that the $1.5 million we awarded to them, to her organization, yielded in total a $70 million return. And most recently, she finalized that package with the $30 million she had mentioned. But I would suggest that these are great uses of our funds to help bring in affordable housing into our county. So I wanted to ask the CAO, is that the spirit of what you're proposing now, is that we set aside fund of some capacity, or what's the origin of this?
Through the chair. Thank you, Supervisor Patty. So for today's item, this is just to adopt a resolution to join the other cities with COG to create a regional housing fund. So there is no, we're not asking today for any funding request. We do have Kim Anderson from SJ COG here to answer any questions, but this is in essence to allow them to go out and get grants, federal and state grants, to show a more regional approach and hopefully be successful. But it is a regional housing fund, and it's a resolution. Today's item is only for a resolution.
Okay, and so once this is approved, if the board adopts it, which I would assume is going to be quite likely, COG will be in charge of the fund?
So yes, Kim Anderson, if you wouldn't mind coming up. So COG is responsible for the fund, but it's the board. So we have members of our board that sit on the COG board that will make the decisions.
Understood. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Patty. I'm glad to talk about this, this fund before you today. And that is true. The formation board mirrors the SJCOG board in much the same way that SJCOG Inc., the Habitat Plan, the boards are simultaneous and the meetings will occur simultaneously as well.
So as we saw, again, with Ms. Ornelas, that $1.5 million that we contribute as a board triggered that $70 million. Is that the spirit of what you guys are looking to build a fund to create a partnership with local nonprofits that are housing providers?
Absolutely. It could be with local nonprofits, other local developers, cities in the county as well. We've been in touch with all of the county and city staff to talk about projects they have in the pipeline, as well as our local affordable housing developers. And yes, one of the things that we've heard loud and clear regionally is because we don't have any sort of local skin in the game, so to speak, we have sometimes not been as successful as we might otherwise have been. And so the idea is to show this regional approach and to bring in more dollars to leverage funding such as the board has allocated.
Great. Well, I think it's a great effort. I think it's fantastic. Thank you, CAO, for bringing it forward, and thank you for COG for taking that initiative to bring a collaborative with multiple cities and the county and partners, because it can and very likely will yield a fantastic return. So thank you very much for the information.
We're hopeful. Thank you.
Stuart Danger, do you want to speak?
Thank you. And thank you for your time last week. Supervisor Patty, I went ballistic when I'm going great. We got another agency wants to create another housing program to compete with this public agency. And I had one of those Rosanna, Dana, never mind moments after Kim explained it to me. 6th grade level, this is mandated by the state that the organization has to do a survey and put out numbers of how much affordable housing is needed. There's no teeth clause in any of the language they do. However, we've set up through COG, which Chairman Villapudois, Supervisor Rickman, and I serve on, a housing element on that will oversee, but it will be in coordination with all the government entities to work on grant funding, et cetera. But it is not splitting hairs or taken away from the county's responsibilities in the area or taking its funding either.
Supervisor Patty?
Yes, Chairman, thank you. Supervisor Ding, I'm a little bit disappointed that you didn't get a chance to go ballistic and share your passion, but thank you for finding out about the value and virtue of it, and I'm glad this come before the board. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we're all done here. Moving on to item number 10, general services. Approve. Do you have number 5? Okay, let's back up to number 5. District 2, approve the use of $5,000 from Supervisor District 2 funds for Crime Stoppers. Supervisor Cannabis.
No, it was actually the $30,000 for Save Swenson. This is part of the problem with city, county, state overlap, and so I'm having to use $30,000 of my discretionary money to help solve a problem that's been going on for 20 years on 5 Mile Slough. You know, we go around, so in partnership with the city and Michael Blauer, he got $100,000 to try to do a maintenance district, but I mean, we've been pumping water into 5 Mile Slough, and then they separated it over where the old Bruners was and Soda Corners, and we've created kind of this disaster that nobody ever wants to take part of who's the owner of the slough, or creek, whatever you want to call it. So unfortunately, I'm having to use $30,000 of my discretionary funds to help clean up hyacinth and duckweed, because not only could it possibly clog the channel and flood the area, but it's just kind of frustrating that there's been a Siegfried report, an engineering report on whose responsibility it is. And you know what I mean? As a lay public official, I've learned obviously more about a slough, and today I've learned a lot about garbage, which is coming up next. But I mean, I think we as a community need to step up and do a better job, because, you know what I mean, it's always this jurisdictional rodeo work of not my problem, not, you know what I mean? So I think it's important. I mean, I'm doing this. My money should not be going to pick up hyacinth and duckweed. So I'm kind of frustrated, and the inability of people to figure things out. I'm on SAJAFCA board. I called them. I mean, you know, they're threatening lawsuits over the quality of the water, and it's just alarming that people, I think, need to care more about our community and what we do. I know it's hard because there's county pockets and city pockets, but somebody can't tell me that county pocket from 2 blocks over knows which pump it's going into to go into that creek. So the sediment in the creek has caused problem, the flow, and there's the weir problem. So in protest, I'm giving my money for this just because I see the need in the community. I'm thankful for the $250,000 of discretionary money that we get, because I wouldn't be afforded the ability to do this and actually help in the community is something that I think is important. But I think we need to step it up and actually find permanent solutions. So I'm asking county staff to help with the city and figure out, and SAJAFCA, who actually owns this problem, and have a solution instead of a Band-Aid. And I think this is just a Band-Aid. But I want to bring attention to it because it's pretty alarming that we can never get things done. We have a $2.6 billion budget, and I mean, I'm having to have $30,000 to do just a portion of the creek. The city, they did over on the other side by the golf course, and they spent $84,000 for it to remove the hyacinth, and then removal of it by truck still is another, I think, $50,000. So it's $150,000 to do this. If we maintain this correctly, we wouldn't be in the boat that we're in. So it's just kind of a call of saying, hey, thank you for the money, and thank you for approving it today. I appreciate it. To hopefully keep, you know, not only the neighborhood safe, but clean, and stop it from flooding. So I just appreciate that. And the Crime Stoppers thing is they do a once a year fundraiser. They're paying for illegal dumping. I mean, the amount of money that they pay out, and you know, kind of money to get people to give information to stop criminals and crime is absolutely amazing. So thank you for the $5,000 for that. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, item number 10, General Services, approve the use of out-of-county travel requests to attend the Association of Zoos and Aquariums Annual Conference in Calgary, Alberta, Canada, from September 13th, 2024 through September 20th, 2024, at a total cost of $3,103. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This just gave me an opportunity. You know, of course, I see 3,000 travel to Canada, and I'm always hoping it's a one-way ticket if somebody, you know, wants to leave our area. But it is for just for the public's knowledge, what we're doing out at Mickey Grove Park right now. We've got the miniature golf course going in where Funland is. We've got a groundbreaking schedule or completion by next summer. Pioneer Village, a fantastic expansion out there. It's quality of life issues, and everybody's been asking about the zoo, and the first step was AZA accreditation, which our application is in. It is about time that we return San Joaquin County Zoo to the glory days it used to be. I mean, most of us grew up in that, well, not in the zoo, maybe visiting the zoo. Some of us grew up in the zoo. But anyway, it was just a fantastic place to take their kids. We had birthday parties there, everything else. So we're moving forward, and I'm assuming going to this AZA conference is part of it.
Yes, Connie Hart, Assistant Director of General Services. Thank you for those words, Supervisor Ding, through the chair. We're doing a lot of things out there, and AZA accreditation is just one of the more exciting things we're doing. We just hired a new zoo manager, Matt Christensen, who's here with me. And he brings a wealth of experience and knowledge in the area of zoo management. So we're very excited about sending him up to Canada. Leaving the country requires board approval for the travel request, so that's why that's before you today. Some other things that we're doing, just really quickly, we're installing new shade structures. We're bringing in a professional landscaping firm to do a real overhaul and cleanup of the landscaping at the zoo. And the muraled fencing that's kind of deteriorating, we're going to have that all replaced as well. So just some quick things we're doing right now to beautify and clean up the zoo that we're very, very excited about. And as you mentioned, we recently joined what's called Pathways Toward Accreditation. It's a program of the AZA. So we have a peer coach that's working with Matt and his team to get us to accreditation in a couple years. So very, very excited about things that are happening out at the zoo and Mickey Grove as a whole.
Thank you. And obviously, this can't be accomplished without a partnership with the private entity of individuals that are not only going to raise tens of thousands of dollars, but have in the past. And there were certain commitments that were made to them on the expansion of a portion of the park and the new enclosures and so forth. So I'm looking forward to that. Matt, I want to tell you, the animal world, those individuals within that community are really excited to have you here. They were extremely impressed with your credentials, and they see that light at the end of the tunnel. So thank you for the work you're doing.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd love to hear from, I don't know the person that we've hired, I don't see him in the audience.
He's with me right here.
Excellent, please come forward. I'm really, in my 7.5 years plus of being here, we've talked about the zoo, what we could do, how we expand, how can we invest. We've had different gyrations, many people have come and gone in zoo societies and such. But I'm yet to see a vision. I appreciate that we have shade structure going in and we're working on landscaping, but 7.5 years later, we have no cohesive plan of what we would do to enhance that experience, to make it really a magnificent draw to this county and for the citizens to participate. So I'm thrilled that you're here. I'd love to hear a little bit perhaps of what that vision could be as we've talked about, animals and expansion and changing the dynamics a bit.
Sure. So the first thing we're trying to do is get our relationship with either a zoo society or a foundation reestablished, so we have an arm that can do fundraising for us, put on events, brew at the zoo, any wine events, any after hours, things of that nature to help generate funds. They used to be in charge of the educational aspect of the zoo. The county has taken that on, fortunately, so we've hired a new education coordinator. So she is the sole person in that department right now, but we'll be getting to develop that part, which is critical to modern zoo practices and developing classes for kids. Summer camps are always big time at the zoo for kids to be able to come at all ages, different levels of programs that are available to them. And as far as animals and what we'd like to do in the zoo, we're limited with our footprint, so it's not like we can bring in elephants or things of that nature, but working within our footprint and within our geographical area, we don't want polar bears because they're not suitable for this climate. But trying to get back to what we did have with a number of callitrichids, which are the small primates in South America, golden lion tamarins, which we have a single individual right now, but we used to have breeding families of those, cotton-top tamarins, spider monkeys, gibbons, and then exploring some of the other small cats and animals that would be suitable for the space that we have available and for the climate.
Understood. And I do know that there's, that you want to have a great habitat, and some of the dynamics have changed. I remember as a young boy going and seeing the polar bear, and they had a little splash tub, but it may not be a great suitable location. But we do have that was animals that were indigenous here were bears, not only grizzly, but black bears and such, mountain lions, which are quite pervasive in California now. We have seals in our main channel. It used to be a seal tank in the middle that you'd watch the seals swim around and do things. So anything we could do, and again, I'm gone in 3.5 months, so we've always been looking for what's that catch? Seeing a prairie mouse in a field, setting that is going to have, indigenous to the region isn't going to be a draw. But having a baby cub mountain lion that's named and part of perhaps the experience of there, that you have an animal that everybody wants to come see. That might be a big draw. And I don't know what that is. I'm not telling you, I'm asking so that to keep their eye on the ball for that, the opportunity that could come forward. I think you'll have a board that would be interested in enhancing and improving that experience so that it's more to share with the public and it's a bigger draw. So great, welcome aboard. Glad to see it's, I think, a fantastic opportunity because there's not much there now. So anything you do will be a big improvement. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Cannabis.
No, I just want to appreciate Supervisor Ding because Jill Fazzo Antonini sent us a text, and I'm glad that I was able to divert it to Supervisor Ding because it's in his district. So thank you, but I think it's important, though, that you keep us informed of what the overall county need is and not just the district need because it's a destination, you know what I mean? And I think with all the changes that we're making there, it's a positive, you know what I mean? Every once in a while, you gotta look in the mirror, good, bad, or not, and make change. And I think this is a step in the right direction. So thank you, Supervisor Ding, and thank you guys from GSD, and welcome aboard. And expectations are high, so good luck with that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Chair.
Supervisor Ding.
Yeah, back to the Supervisor Patty and Supervisor Canepa. The AZA, the pathway, so this is, Tom, maybe one of our problems we've, had in our, evidently, before you build a house and you decorate it and then go find a wife, you're supposed to find the wife and let her decorate the house backwards. The zoo, you don't go out and pick the animals and then, or build the habitat and then bring the animals in. With the AZA accreditation, it's not only helps us, but they actually supply help, and they will come in and they will aid us in saying, these are the animals we want, therefore you need to build these enclosures, rather than my way of thinking was, let's, update the zoo and the cages and then go find the animals. So it was kind of backwards. So we're on the right path, and I'm excited for its future.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you. How'd that house marriage thing scenario go again? Which is first? Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
It's not hard to understand.
Well, thank you for that presentation and welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 16, BHS, adopt a resolution to accept Behavioral Health Bridge Housing Program Strategic Enhancement Grant Funding in the amount of $15 million for Behavioral Health Bridge Housing Expansion Enhancement Project for homeless or at-risk homelessness individuals with severe behavioral health conditions. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for joining us, Ms. Valentine. So one of the things, I see $15 million and we're moving forward. I think it's important to look back at some of the past funding and, do we have, what's the success story? Have we had good things come out of the monies that we've already spent so that we can move forward and either continue or divert the programs that are being entailed here?
Good morning, Chairman, Supervisors, County Council, CAO, Genevieve Valentine, your Behavioral Health Director. And so, yes, we ran this is round 3 of bridge housing. We were one of the counties that had the opportunity to apply for round 3 of bridge housing. 57 of 58 counties were awarded round 1. Not every county had the opportunity to apply for round 3. Of those that were able to apply for round 3, only 10 were awarded. Of those 10, we actually received the second highest award, second to LA County. So incredibly proud of that. I do not want to be the individual that actually talks about our successes of our bridge award and what we are doing. Our Deputy Director over Administration, who actually wrote both of our grants and who have actually helped with the implementation, Sabrina Parker, who has been the force behind this, is who I would actually like to highlight what we are doing. So I would like to move the floor over to Ms. Sabrina.
Thank you, Supervisors. Sabrina Parker, Deputy Director of Administration for Behavioral Health Services. Supervisor Ding, through the chair, some of the successes that we've had with round one bridge housing is we've been able to acquire the satellite apartment complex, complete renovations, move through a transition so that some individuals who maybe were living there, we relocated them to other suitable housing arrangements, and successfully placed approximately 28 unduplicated individuals into that complex, treating their mental health needs, also providing case management services and some wraparound services for them as they are justice involved and they were at risk of homelessness. So big success in that we've been able to divert 28 unduplicated individuals from ending up homeless and increasing the population on the streets of San Joaquin County. In addition, we wrote policies and procedures, my team and myself, for rental assistance, landlord mitigation, and participant assistance. These are all required by the state. The state approved the policies and procedures very early on, towards the beginning of this year, and used those policies and procedures as a model, a guide, if you will, for other counties. They're actually posted up on the website for other counties to be able to review and use some of the language and implement policies in their county. In addition, we went live with providing outreach and engagement services beginning August 1st, housing navigation, shelter, and interim housing. So those are 3 categories that just went live a few weeks ago. With the award of round 3, we expect to expand the numbers and the data that we projected in round 1. For example, shelter and interim housing, we projected to the state that we would serve 120 individuals annually. That is an unduplicated number. Rental assistance, we projected 60 individuals annually. Housing navigation, 135 individuals annually. Outreach and engagement, 120 individuals annually. With the addition of the round 3 funds, we are expanding and adding to the shelter and interim housing number another 156, increasing that to 276 individuals unduplicated on an annual basis. Rental assistance, we're projecting to add another 144 to the 60 we had originally indicated, making it 204 individuals unduplicated annually. Housing navigation, adding 300 to the 135, making it 435 individuals annually, again unduplicated. And outreach and engagement, adding 180 annually to the original number of 120, so making that 300 unduplicated individuals.
In addition to that, our hope is to acquire another facility, which will allow us to expand 67 beds with rapid rehousing for our homeless that is specifically for our specialty mental health and substance abuse programming. This will be a conversion of a convalescent home that does need to be renovated. Our hope that we will be able to use this property in conjunction with our initiative with SJ Cares once this is fully operational, and be able to use that partnership and initiative with SJ Cares, as well as our partnership with our Care Court initiative in order to move those who are most at risk for justice and SJ Cares population directly into that facility once it is fully renovated.
Thank you. Sabrina, great job. And thank you for coming to the board and demonstrating how those funds were used from the past so we can move forward. Fantastic. Thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Congratulations on getting this award and the rankings as the applications went. Great job, very well done, and glad to see, because we know that there's, as we deal with the homeless humanitarian crisis, we know that there's people that have mental health services, they need a little bit of stability, and this is a bridge and support, so absolutely fantastic. I do have a question through the chair for County Council. I'm looking at the first year of the grant. BHBH will provide $5 million in funding for Central Valley Low-Income Housing Corporation to purchase and renovate. So when it comes to the purchase and renovate, who maintains ownership if they're using these funds of the $5 million and Central Valley Low-Income Housing is the facilitator to purchase and renovate? Who gets the ownership of the property?
Unfortunately, I would have to look through the contract very thoroughly to answer that question. I don't know if perhaps the department, which has been in the weeds on this, might actually have the answer.
Okay, do we have is that understood, a question that could be answered?
Yeah, Supervisor Patty, through the chair, there will be a deed restriction that in effect will allow behavioral health to, I'm not a real estate individual or a deed expert by any means, but the deed restriction for 20 years, similar to the first project that we did with satellite apartments, so that this project is only for behavioral health clients, if you will.
And then after 20 years?
After 20 years, through the chair to Supervisor Patty, we will be able to renegotiate deed restrictions and other funding streams moving forward.
So in perpetuity then, the county and behavior health, if we went 60 years from now, the county still has oversight and control and decision authority?
I will have to look directly into the words of that original contract, but I know that we have the ability to renegotiate after those 20 years.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to check on that. It's just see who's got ownership, who owns that property. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 18, HSA, adopt a resolution amending departmental position allocations listing for the Neighborhood Preservation Division effective September 9th, 2024, and increase the neighborhood preservation budget appropriations and estimated revenue by $1,093,260. Supervisor Cannabis.
I just had a question. Director Woods, how are you doing? So we've always talked about, thank you for coming up, we've always talked about the need for more bodies and being able to do the work. One of the questions that came up in conversation was, is this taking away service dollars that could possibly be going to, help get boots on the ground in the community and services to folks. So I was just trying to figure out what the happy medium is versus bodies versus program dollars to go out. So if you could kind of speak to that.
Sure, good morning.
Thank you, Chair.
Supervisor Canepa, through the chair, Chris Woods, your Human Services Agency Director. This funding is available for administrative costs to administer the numerous grants and contracts that are provided by Housing Community Development and CSD. And the way I look at this opportunity is this is an opportunity to ensure that we're meeting our obligations to the community in terms of properly administrating these grants. And not that there's been anything that has been done incorrectly, but in order to expand our services and ensure that the services are managed correctly, I think this is the scope of work that we need in order to do that. This is not taking away from funding that is otherwise put out in the community. This funding is available and just has not been spent to this point.
Perfect. It's good to hear, because trying to align all those stars in continuum of care and neighborhood preservation and cares, and I think that's the bigger goal, and I don't think that people are understanding in the community what we're actually doing. So this is a piece of the puzzle going forward and bringing the agencies together and I think doing a better job. So thank you for coming up. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Director Woods.
Thank you.
Item number 21, Public Health Services, allocate additional funding in the amount of $205,380 for the Youth Cannabis Youth Prevention Program, authorize the purchasing director to approve the independent contractor agreement with the San Joaquin County Office of Education for school-based education for the period of September 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2025. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I wanted to run number 21, correct?
21.
Yes, I wanted to ask what the exact use is, Director Dietrich or Public, oh, thank you. Sorry, you came down while I'm reading. What's the use of the funds? And when I'm looking through this, it says reach up to 6,000 students, is that correct?
Good morning, members of the board, chair, CAO, and county council. I'm Renee Sinceri, public health director. So yes, that's correct. We're going to be working with the County Office of Education for curriculum to the student body.
But 6,000 students seems a little bit low. We have several 100,000 students that we need to reach about the risks of cannabis. How can we do more?
I would say that this is probably the start of it, the startup, and then we could definitely spread the curriculum through there.
And the origin of the 200,000 is from what source?
So it's extra monies from public health, and it's unspent money. It's not general fund. And it is a continuation of the campaign that we had started the previous fiscal year. Right at the end, we found out we got a contract with the Office of Education, and so we're going to use the money now to move into the schools through the Office of Ed.
Okay. Do we know what the curriculum is that's being promoted that we would be utilizing?
We can go into those details. I do have Office of Ed here. Would you like them to come up?
I'd love to, yes. And reason why is I've brought this up in the past. So we had allocated some money and we got a fentanyl is forever campaign versus a more dramatic sounding one from the DA that one pill kills, which sounds a lot more impacting. So I'd love to know the actual messaging that we're promoting, because I was not a fan of the fentanyl is forever, like diamonds are forever type of moniker.
Good morning, County Supervisors. The actual curriculum is a Stanford curriculum that is evidence-based curriculum. It is, the Stanford curriculum is called Cannabis Awareness and Prevention Toolkit. It is an evidence-based curriculum that is lessons that follow the national and California standards. They are also part of the health education standards, and they are part of the next generation science standards. So they are 5 lessons. They can be done in the school day and also during the after-school programs. And the reason we chose these specific lessons is that they don't need to be done during the school day. So they can be adapted to either after school or with peers or in any type of setting.
So when you say it's some sort of interactive lessons,
Yes.
and what's the scope of the lessons? It's a 1 minute or a 10-minute video, 5 of them. Could you explain a little bit?
No, so they are an hour each. They are progressive lessons. They follow a scope and sequence. They are interactive, of course, and they are geared toward reducing harm, and they are geared toward teaching skills and knowledge for students to be able to understand the risks of cannabis use in all forms, whether it be vaping or any other type of cannabis use. And also it gives students the understanding and skills and knowledge to understand why the risk. So what's going on with their bodies, understanding the damage that it causes to the brain, understanding that the brain development models and what kinds of things are happening to the brain as they're using the cannabis.
Understood. So there's 5 one-hour lessons
Correct.
that are going to be filtered to 6,000 students. And it's an
Correct.
evidence-based program that's yielded a strong level of, I guess, impact and results?
Correct.
Excellent. So my next question is how do we expand it to more so that we've got a greater awareness throughout our county and the at-risk youth?
So our goal right now is to be able to at least demonstrate that we are expanding to these students and then show to the rest of the school districts that the impact that we're making for these students, and then grow that exponentially to be able to show that, these students we've reached these students, how can we come to your school districts? The problem that we're having is we have to show and demonstrate the impact that we're making to the school districts and let them decide that, yes, they want this for their school districts.
Excellent. Well, I think we'll stay tuned. And when would you be implementing this, and when we might find out some of the results?
As soon as possible. We've already reached out to a few districts and they've already said yes, they want it. So we're hoping to, as soon as we get the okay to be able to start, we'll be able to hit the ground running.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
I have one more speaker, Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you both for being here, and thank you for the information. I mean, as I said before, when it came before the board, I'm glad to see it going out. It just amazes me. You light up a cigarette, people lose their minds. But if you do cannabis, we've all seen it out there, right? And people, it's some, an acceptance. Or parents smoking cannabis around their kids, nobody says a word. But if you light up a cigarette around your kid, again, people lose their mind. And it's good to see that this county's being proactive and talking about the health risks. And I just don't think people know. The cannabis industry, give it to them. They put out one hell of a propaganda campaign, right? And you mentioned another thing too, is vaping. I know they don't necessarily go with each other, but they do. You can vape and with cannabis and so on, but vaping in and of itself, be it with tobacco. And I was just reading an article here last week of some doctors, how horrible vaping is. And, kids these days, students or teenagers or young adults, and vaping is big, and what the damage is having on their lungs. And whatever we can do to get, out more, and to, like Supervisor Patty was saying, to our entire county. What is the state doing on this? The state loves to regulate everything else, and, so why aren't they taking such a proactive approach on cannabis? They tell them it's laced with tobacco, I'm sure they'll jump on board. But are they doing anything?
So what this curriculum actually was put out through the state, and so we sit on a state board for curriculum. Our county actually is funded through the state to hold a giant lending library called the California Healthy Kids Resource Center. So we vet through our county all of the curriculum for the entire state of evidence-based curriculum. And so this is why we chose this curriculum, because this is one of the ones that's the top curriculum that we've vetted for the state. So we are trying very diligently to be able to expand lots of curriculum and lots of resources statewide to be able to push out material statewide to be able to get to students and be able to send that message across the state. One thing that we really are pushing also is make sure to help students not only with understanding the drug use as far as cannabis and other substances, but there's a strong linkage between substance use and mental health right now. And that's what we're seeing students struggle with. They're struggling with anxiety, depression, and other things, and what they're doing is they're turning to substances as a way to cope. And so what we're trying to really understand is how do we get our students to services quickly to be able to give them the right skill set to be able to understand where to turn for help rather than turning to a substance. And so that's what we're really trying to focus our attention to.
And we've seen, just to report, we talked about it a couple of weeks ago, mental health, and during COVID, and this board spoke about, mental health issues during COVID and the effect it having on our youth, suicide rates, drug use, and so on. And, and we were pretty much told that, that's not happening. It's, people turn a blind eye to it. And again, that's what has happened. Mm-hmm. It's unfortunate that these lockdowns and isolation caused by COVID, not by this county, but our glorious governor that we have, has caused some of these issues. So I would love to see more funding. I mean, hopefully from, the state, you can, put some more money out there for our kids. So I appreciate it. So thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 22, San Joaquin General Hospital. Approve the agreements with Rapid Staff LLC for contingency staffing for the total net not to exceed amount of $3,201,322 for the period of August 30th, 2024 to August 29th, 2028. Supervisor Cannabis.
Thank you, Chair. I saw this on the agenda, and I just wanted to kind of get an update from you of how we can possibly avert any problems without doing labor negotiations in public. So if you could kind of speak to what this is for.
Well, good morning, Chair Villaputa, members of the board, CAO, Mr. Gala, and County Council. I'm Rick Castro, the CEO of San Joaquin General Hospital. We are just preparing what we hope to avoid, obviously, preparing for a strike. Our contract with CNA has expired. We were in negotiations. They fought without saying any more at this point. I don't believe we're at impasse. I think there's still opportunities for us to solve this, and we'll try our best to do so. But if not, we have to be prepared. The total amount is about $3.2 million for a week's coverage, which is tragic in two ways. It's a lot of money, and the second piece is trying to just get back on track for all the momentum that we have, trying to move the hospital forward. But from a patient safety perspective and how we take care of our patients, it's definitely mandated that we reach out to strike agencies. We've done that. We think we've picked the right one. The overall commitment right now is about $40,000. So if we can avoid the strike, the money lost would be $40,000, and that's our hope.
Okay, perfect, because that's what I worry about. I mean, our job is to take care of patients out there.
Sure.
And obviously you need folks to do it, and continuity of service is a huge concern
Sure.
of mine. And we made so many strides in fixing how the hospital runs and the partnerships that you've made. So thank you for bringing that forward. I just wanted to make sure that people are aware that that possibly could be coming. So thank you for coming up. Thank you, Chair.
I don't see any other questions. Thank you very much, Mr.
All right,
Castro.
thank you.
Item number 24, the DA authorized an increase in appropriations of $200,000 in the 2024-25 District Attorney mainline budget, offset by transfer from the Gang and Drug Prevention Fraud Fund for the purpose of funding programs designed to divert gang activity and combat drug use. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate the DA's office coming in and to talk about this, and I wanted to pull this up just to get a maybe updated use of funds and anything we can do to divert, obviously, gang activity and some of the use of the funds that we have from forfeitures and seizures. I'd love you to share with us the use of this fund and the activity that we have.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Supervisor Chair, Vice Chair Canepa, Supervisor Ding, Supervisor Patty, Supervisor Rickman, County Administrator Regalo, County Council Kiernan, and last but not least, Clerk of the Board, Mr. Board. Again, thank you for allowing me to be here. I'm Donald Vaughn. I'm the Chief of Special Operation at the San Joaquin County District Attorney's Office. I'm here on behalf of District Attorney Ron Freitas, who is currently on a fentanyl panel at the U.S. Attorney's Law Enforcement Executive Summit, addressing fentanyl issues, which we're all familiar with. One of the priorities that District Attorney Freitas has is the protection of the public and to fight for victims. And we've heard him say this before. One of the ways that he does this is through education, intervention, and enforcement. There is a fund that exists where we take money from drug dealers and we invest it in our community. We give it to kids. It's called the Drug and Gang Prevention Fund. When we take money from drug dealers, 65% of that is given to local law enforcement that do the actual seizure. Of that 65%, 15% is put in this special fund we call the Gang and Drug Prevention Fund. So the purpose of this fund is to be distributed amongst community organizations such as churches, faith-based organizations, local businesses, things of that nature. And they use it solely for the purpose of keeping at-risk youth out of drugs and out of gangs. That's the purpose behind it. So the way this works, when somebody submits a request to the district attorney's office, because District Attorney Ron Freitas is the administrator of that program, if it meets the criteria for award, the request is then forwarded on to a panel. That panel consists of District Attorney Ron Freitas, Sheriff Pat Withrow, Chief of Probation Steve Jackson, and Siku Millington, the Tracy Police Chief. If they feel that it's worthy and it meets the criteria, they vote to approve it, and then that money is distributed to those organizations. Now, some of the organizations that have received these fundings so far since District Attorney Freitas took office are, for example, Northern Little League, because we all know that we've all heard the phrase that idle hands are the work of the devil. And when we're talking about youth, sports is obviously a very good outlet for children. So there's been a lot of funding awarded to children, children's sports organizations, such as, like I said, the Northern Little League. Money has also been given to the Tracy Unified School District Black Student Union, Family Promise of San Joaquin, Shaw for Community Youth Program, Team Elevate, Oasis Church, Stockton Ports Nonprofit, and Tabone's Goju-Ryu Karate Dojo. And since District Attorney Freitas took office in January of 2023, just under $700,000 has been spent and given to these organizations. So today's request is simply, it's not quite exciting, it's an accounting issue. When money is spent out of this, from the district attorney's office and given to these programs, it comes out of our mainline budget. But the money is stored in this special fund, the Gang and Drug Prevention Fund. In order to comply with county policy and generally accepted accounting principles, that is why there's a request to move the $200,000 into our mainline budget.
Excellent, thank you. And I just wanted to, maybe the board and the public to get an understanding of what the use of those funds are and the actions and sharing with it. Thank you for being prepared for just in case you were called up. I do have a question, and perhaps it's a county council question. So through the chair, going back about a year ago, we enhanced and maximized the perhaps penalties, expanded the penalties for public dumping, because we have such a pervasive issue of people just dumping stuff roadside, and we kind of maximized what we could maybe incorporate. Is there anything, and this is an open question to the DA's office as well, is there anything this board could do in San Joaquin County to enhance the authority of the district attorney, which has incredible authority, even in so many capacities above the board, as rightfully so. But is there anything we could do as it relates to seizure of property for people that are gang-related and drug dealers that are preying on citizens and oftentimes youth throughout our county? We also know, I mean, when it comes to homelessness, there are people that drive up in cars, deliver drugs to people that are sitting in encampments, and this is an ongoing issue. The Highway Patrol recently shared this reality to us. So I'm just wondering if there's any opportunity we would have in San Joaquin County to lay down a strong parameter of enforcement that might be above what we're currently doing.
Sure, through the chair. Off the top of my head, no, I can't think of anything, but I'm certainly willing to work with the district attorney's office if they have any ideas, and we can vet those. I do know there are our ability to seize property in connection to crimes is limited. It has limits, constitutional limits, and so we have to be careful in that regard. But we also have options, and so to the extent the district attorney's office thinks there's maybe something beyond what we currently have in place that would be helpful, I'm certainly be happy to work with them and come back with something if there's something more that can be done.
And it may not be seizure of property because there may be, as you say, constitutional limits, but it may be a financial penalty associated with every pill or with every ounce of something that increases a financial impact to the drug dealers. Just an idea. I'm just floating out there what is possible to strengthen and enhance the goals that the district attorney and Ron Freitas and yourself and so many are working very diligently on, and anything we can do to curtail that, the drug dealings and the gang activity, I know this board would be in favor of it. So that's, just want to float it out there and appreciate the information. Thank you, Chair.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Don, good to see you again. We're just talking about asset forfeiture funds, and that's what we're talking about. So just taking it from one bank and putting it in the general fund, because you use that money already for what you were talking about.
Correct.
In pretense for the asset forfeiture funds.
Correct. This is one vote that will cost nothing.
Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you, sir.
Okay, great. Anyone else? See none. Don, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to item number 26, Public Works. Award the contract for the Benjamin Hill Drive safety improvements located at intersection of Leesburg Place to United Pavement Maintenance Incorporated for an amount of $107,542. Supervisor Cannabis.
So there's two questions on this. The first one is we're obviously planning on redoing Ben Holt. So I was just hoping that they're coordinated at the same time so we don't put in a beautiful crosswalk and then come and pave. I don't know what entails the crosswalk, the safe crosswalk. Because when are we going to do the paving from I-5 to Lincoln Center?
Yeah, good morning, Chair Viapudua and board members. Fritz Buckman, your Director of Public Works. Through the Chair, Supervisor Canepa, we do have a resurfacing project on Ben Holt coming up soon. That's going to require coordination with Caltrans in the city. This particular intersection is disconnected from that area, and so we don't need to physically coordinate in this case.
Okay, but I'm just saying, we're gonna pave and then tear it up to put any wires under for safe. It's just the blinking beacons kind of crosswalk?
Correct. We're not gonna have any temporary or throwaway work associated with this project.
Okay, and then the second one is kind of alarming. The bid for this is $732 from a Stockton-based company to a Stanislaus-based company, and I keep going back to that. I don't know how we could do it, but at the city, we had local bid preference, of a percentage. So the one that got is $107,000, and Mayo is at $108. It's a $732 difference.
Right.
I would like to see somehow, some way, how the city does it, and then county council or what, we talked about it. Can we look at this and see how they do it? And we can't, because we would have this money locally then if we could. So I don't know if that's a Fritz question, a Sandy question,
Sure.
an Ed question.
Through the chair, I'm aware that purchasing will be making a presentation which will address the issue of local preference. I can tell you without stealing her thunder that there are different rules that pertain to different types of procurement processes. And so with respect to public works processes, the two general ways in which you procure that is you do the lowest qualified bidder, which is very structured. You must award it to the lowest qualified bidder. Alternatively, you have what is, I describe it as best value, with is a little bit more discretion, but then you must objectively score the bidders and award whoever objectively received the highest bid. There is more flexibility with respect to providing local vendor preference for goods and services, and we have that in place already. But we don't have that agendized for extensive discussion right now, but I do know that purchasing will be coming with a presentation which will be addressing those issues. And I'm aware of Stockton's approach. I'm also aware of approaches across the state, and we have looked into those and take those into consideration when the presentation is made.
Okay, perfect, good news. So something's coming forward. Appreciate it, so it's not going to deaf ears.
And through the chair, if I could, just to clarify with respect to Public Works projects, my understanding is that as a general law county, we're precluded from local vendor preferences for Public Works contracts. General services, as county council indicated, is a different matter. The city of Stockton has, the preferences they have is because they're a charter city. If we are a charter county, we might have that ability too, but as general law, my understanding is that we're unable to do that for Public Works contracts.
Okay, perfect, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? See none. Fritz, thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes the consent calendar. At this time, we'll accept a motion to accept.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a first and a second. We have a vote, please. And the consent calendar is approved 5-0. Thank you very much. Moving on to our 9 a.m. scheduled morning public hearing. Public Works, public hearing to consider authorizing county participation in the California Municipality Finance Authority Board opportunities for the Land Development Program. Is Mr. Buckman here? He was, huh? Yep.
Typical Public Works, they take breaks all day.
Good morning.
Good morning again, Chair Viaputua and board members. Fritz Buckman, your Director of Public Works. This is a time and date set for a public hearing regarding participation in, regarding participation in the California Municipal Finance Authority's Bond Opportunities for Land Development Program, also referred to as BOLD. The BOLD program provides developers access to low-cost, long-term tax-exempt financing for public infrastructure required to support development projects. A benefit of this type of infrastructure financing is that it decreases infrastructure delivery costs, which in turn tends to lower home and business startup costs. Staff will provide a brief presentation regarding the BOLD program, and following the presentation and any questions from the board, we recommend that you conduct a public hearing and consider approving staff's recommendations. At this point, I'll turn the presentation over to Engineering Services Manager Cheyenne Raymond.
The California Municipal Finance Authority, or CMFA, is a statewide joint powers authority authorized to issue bonds for its members, which consists of over 300 cities, counties, and other public entities. In 2018, CMFA instituted the BOLD program to allow developers within a member agency's jurisdictional boundary to finance eligible infrastructure, including roads, water and sewer distribution, and storm drainage facilities. Currently, 38 CMFA member agencies participate in the BOLD program, as depicted on the next slide. The 38 authorized jurisdictions in the BOLD program are located throughout the state of California and are concentrated in the Bay Area, Central Valley, and Southern California. Under the BOLD program, CMFA forms Community Facilities Districts, or CFDs, as the mechanism to fund public infrastructure. CMFA uses a qualified team of special tax consultants, underwriters, engineers, and attorneys to form and administer CFDs, determine special tax rates, levy special taxes, issue bonds, disperse bond proceeds, and prepare disclosure reports. BOLD's use of statewide pooled resources gives developers access to low-cost, long-term, tax-exempt infrastructure financing. Access to this type of financing can allow developments to move forward that otherwise would be infeasible. CMFA will prepare the tax rolls for CFDs, and the special tax will appear on the tax roll in CMFA's name. Special taxes are levied on properties within the CFD boundary to pay for debt service and district administration. Prior to home and other property sales, developers are required to disclose any CFD special tax liens to prospective buyers. The BOLD program provides benefits to both land developers and the county. Developer benefits include access to low-cost, long-term tax-exempt financing, streamlined CFD formation and processing, decreases initial costs for public infrastructure improvements, potentially resulting in lower home and property costs. Benefits to the county include CFD formation, CFD administration, bond issuance, bond administration are performed by CMFA. Disclosure reporting, including delinquency tracking within each district, and if necessary, any foreclosure responsibilities are handled by CMFA. And finally, the county can provide tax-exempt financing alternatives to developers through the BOLD program, and CMFA absorbs nearly all of the administrative obligations. For developers in the unincorporated county to utilize BOLD, the board must approve a resolution authorizing participation in the BOLD program. This is a one-time action taken by the board. The proposed resolution authorizes the county to join the CMFA and to accept applications from developers for tax-exempt financing of public infrastructure and or development impact fees through the BOLD program. It also authorizes CMFA to form and administer CFDs within the unincorporated area, determine special tax rates, and levy special taxes against properties within each CFD boundary. The BOLD resolution includes approval of the form of acquisition agreement needed for CFD bond financing and delegates the authority to the Director of Public Works or a designee to execute future agreements. The acquisition agreement provides the terms and conditions under which financing for public infrastructure will be provided and establishes the procedures for disbursement of bond proceeds to pay for completed infrastructure. The form of acquisition agreement has been reviewed and approved by County Council and CMFA's Bond Council. CFDs formed under the BOLD program are governed by the county's infrastructure financing policies. CMFA and Public Works staff will ensure that CFDs formed under BOLD are consistent with these policies. Additionally, the financing policies allow for financing of development impact fees and backbone infrastructure. Public Works staff recommends limiting impact fee financing through BOLD to non-county impact fees. Additionally, Public Works staff met with the County Administrator's Office, the Auditor Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Community Development Department, County Council, Bond Council, and KNN, the county's KNN, the county's financial advisor, to discuss participation in the BOLD program. All parties recognize the benefit of the BOLD program for the county and land developers. KNN indicated that the BOLD consultant team is made up of reputable consultants that they have used individually for other bond issuances.
Chair Villaputo and board members, this concludes our presentation regarding participation in the CMFA BOLD program. Following any questions that the board may have, it is our recommendation that you conduct a public hearing and consider approving staff's recommendations as outlined on this slide, which is now not up. Public Works staff and representatives from CMFA are available to address any questions your board might have.
Okay, thank you very much. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing. You'll have 3 minutes to comment. Public hearing is now open. Anyone would like to come forward and speak? I see none. I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. Any comments from any supervisor? Supervisor Cannabis.
So I have a question. How are they doing this now? So basically, this is for infrastructure and, I mean, your picture shows curb and gutter and things like that. So that's my first question. How are they doing it now? What is the benefit? And then who sells the bonds and does that whole side of it? Is that part of this? Because, I mean, there's obviously lots of money for people who do that and procure bonds and sell bonds. And so, I mean, it's not just limiting it to one person. Is there an open pool, or is that outside of our hands?
Supervisor Cannabis, through the chair, there's a couple questions there. The first question is, how is this done now? We have typically used, the county has the ability to establish CFDs and issue bonds to finance infrastructure. The county's infrastructure policies limit that to backbone infrastructure or infrastructure that has some community-wide benefit. We've used that very infrequently in the past, and as a matter of fact, I don't think we've used it for developer-delivered or development project developer-delivered infrastructure. We have used it for a county capital project back in 2009, so it's been used very infrequently. Part of the reason is that the administrative burden to establish and administer a CFD requires a pretty big development project to support that if the county was going to do that. And so we don't have very many of those types of developments, and so it's a tool that hasn't been used. Under this approach, using a JPA and shared resources from member agencies throughout the state, the administrative burden on the county and to the developer is much smaller. And so this would open up this kind of financing to smaller developments. And so we're hoping it would provide increased access to this type of financing and result in developments moving forward that otherwise may not be able to. So it's a good tool that's available to all developments, but it hasn't happened much because the administrative burden using the traditional way of the county establishing and administering the CFD is pretty administratively burdensome.
Okay, so then each person that applies for it then figures out who the bond financing goes through, or is it the part of the JPA?
Yeah, it goes through the JPA and they handle basically everything. The county's role in this would be when a developer wants to finance infrastructure, Public Works staff and CMFA would review it for consistency with the county's infrastructure financing policies and develop an acquisition agreement that allows for the bond financing, and that would be administratively executed through our department. And then CMFA handles the rest, the CFD formation, the bond sales, putting the special taxes on the tax roll, collecting delinquencies. So on every CFD establishment, our role is simply developing or verifying consistency with the county's policies and executing an agreement administratively.
Okay, perfect. It can't hurt since we haven't done one in 15 years.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. And Supervisor Cannabis pretty much asked the questions I was going to ask. So we can already do CFDs. The cities can do CFDs. Now, when you issue these bonds, I mean, who pays for these bonds? I mean, is this, say if a developer under this program does it, is it development specific, meaning say, I don't know, say it's I don't want to use anybody's name. So is it development specific that would have to pay back these bonds, or is it going to be a citywide, countywide thing?
Well, the special tax burden gets placed on the properties in the district. The district could be a single subdivision, or it could be a whole specific plan area, especially under this program. The smaller developments become practical to use this type of financing. So we could see, a CFD form for a single subdivision. Often in cities, you see it in larger development areas that are covered. So.
Right. I mean, I've dealt with some really big developments.
Right.
This is my question is, I just want to make sure, is a developer, John Doe developer, and is building Happy Acres, and they go through this process. Now, does this bond, and you have to pay back this isn't free money, and you have to pay it back. So is Happy Acres residents who ever buy these homes have to pay this back, or is it the entire city if it's in the city someplace?
No, it's only the debt gets placed on the properties within the CFD, so it would be specific to that development. And there are limits in terms of how much could be financed relative to the value of the property, and what the debt service ratio can be to the value of the property. For example, the CFD debt service cannot be more than 1.8% under the county's policies of the property value.
So does that still apply to this, or?
That does apply. Consistency with the county's existing infrastructure financing policies is required.
Because what I don't want to see is you have these bonds, and we all talk about affordable housing, and this is one of the instrument I could see. I mean, your CFDs are so high that a family trying to buy a home, it's already nearly impossible to buy a home if you're just an average Joe here, and adding something additional on that. So there is a limit. What about cities and counties? Do we have any say with these bonds when these developers want to pass these things?
I'm sorry,
I mean, if they want to, pass a CFD for Happy Acres. Now, how does a county or a city entity get involved? The elected officials, the land and management authority, whatever it may be. Do we have a say on?
Well, traditionally, the county could establish the CFD, and it goes through a series of hearings and the bond sales, and it hires bond counsel and does all that. Through this program, CMFA handles all of that, and the county's only role in the process is to determine consistency with the infrastructure financing policies and executing an acquisition agreement administratively.
Well, how does that work with when you issue these bonds for approval? I mean, who approves them? Is it
CMFA issues the bonds. They form the district, they issue the bonds.
What about the district? Does the district have any say? Or whether these bonds are issued?
Yeah, well, the way CFDs for new developments generally work, CFDs as special taxes generally require a 2/3 majority, but if developers want their projects to move forward and they want the CFD financing, they vote yes. And so it's a single yes vote that meets the 2/3 requirement. So once the CFD is formed, the debt service is automatically placed on the properties. The special tax burden, the lien, has to be disclosed to prospective buyers. And buyers are much more aware of Melrose special tax liens than they were 20 years ago.
Oh, yeah. I know. It's, I know.
And the strict limits keeps developers from over leveraging properties that they're handing off, or selling to others with debt on it.
And so, last question, Chair, is this debt could, I guess this would have to be given to the buyers of the property, but I guess it would vary how long you would pay this debt back for, like a Melrose tax, 20, 30, 40 years, 50 years, or whatever it may be.
Correct. I think 30 years is the most common term, but
Right.
that can change. I mean, that can vary.
All right, just buyer beware kind of thing.
Right.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? I see none. It's time if we have a motion, please.
Move to approve.
Is there a second? I'll second. We have a first and a second. We have a vote, please. And the motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving on to our discussion calendar, general government. District 3, a board discussion regarding the proposal to pursue a medical school in San Joaquin County and provide direction to staff. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate it. We're buzzing through our agenda today. I have before the board today a discussion, speaking with County Council, that I was contacted by an organization that wants to locate in San Joaquin County and stand up a medical school that will require some staff and some diligence on behalf of the county and making certain that this is to the benefit of the county's interest. So County Council had advised we should bring it to the board, have a discussion, see if we're going to dedicate any resources for this this possibility that does seem interesting and of great value to our region. Is Mr. Castro still here? Could you please come forward? Thank you, Mr. Castro. We've got the University of Silicon Andhra. You've had meetings with them, and they've, I believe, put together a collaborative discussion with San Joaquin General Hospital and St. Joseph's as being maybe a sponsored entities or hospitals for care. Then we recognize that based on their discussions that there would be a great need and a value of a medical school and education system here in our county?
Good morning again, Chair Villaputo, members of the board, CAO, Ms. Rugala. So they approached us, I think maybe about a year ago. The first approach came from a group of investors or a group of philanthropists. And they were talking about, I believe, a school, a more basic school that included a medical school in Tracy. And they asked, from our perspective as hospitals, would we participate? Well, it's our goal, obviously, to have a medical staff. Stockton is sometimes a little challenged in attracting certain specialties. We have great residency programs. I think ours dates back more than 45 years. St. Joe's has an expanding residency program as well, so it'd be great to get a medical school to obviously be that next partner. From my perspective, when we saw where they were building it, we said that's going to be a challenge for all of your potential students. They're going to have to travel on a single lane road that wasn't really made for traffic. They're going to have to, constantly move. And I think that when you look at the campus on French Camp, it really is becoming a medical campus, especially with the addition of the VA clinics and the next addition of the VA nursing home. It just lends itself to do that. So the medical school opportunity would be simply this. It would attract, give preference to our own local Stockton residents. And that's a great thing, because one of the reasons, for example, one of the reasons that people do stay here is when they have a history here. Oftentimes when we see docs come back, it's because they went elsewhere and came back for their medical school. So here's what we know. We don't know a whole lot about the potential philanthropists. I do know that they have a school in Milpitas, and so I went to visit that school for graduation just to make sure it wasn't a strip mall with a single, in a sense, open storefront, and it really wasn't. The school was more for arts, more of an arts school. I talked to the students, most importantly, to see what their experience was. It was very positive. I talked to their parents. So that part of it was just good news that here was a school that was legitimate. They have done this. We did some research on the background as well. We know that there's been a couple of hospitals set up in India by this same group of philanthropists. And then I do know from my past experience that one of the physicians that was at the graduation is a transplant surgeon that comes from Southern California, very well known, has been a philanthropist and has been involved in with this group before and spoke very highly of them. Here's where it benefits us. From our perspective, there's no dollars spent. The land is, there is an initial building that they would like to remodel as their start. From my perspective, if even we went down that road, that building got remodeled and became very functional, even if the school didn't continue to progress, it would still be advantageous to the county. It'd be very advantageous if they do, if they're successful. But please understand, and I think I contacted you all individually, this is an opportunity that came to our door. We did as best due diligence as we can, but there's still a whole lot that we don't know. What I do know is for them to really have an effective medical school on the campus, they have to raise somewhere between $150 and $200 million. That's a big ask, but that's not what we're asking from our community. That's coming from this group of philanthropists. So in looking at the risk perspective, I just don't see it. There's no risk to us. If it did come to fruition, really, can you imagine that we would have these great residency programs, a medical school, and really the ability, and this is the most important part, to continue to build our own medical expertise within our local community, which from a nursing perspective, from a PT perspective, from a respiratory perspective, what we're finding out time and time again, if they're not local, they're not staying long, right? So to have them local and come back to the community, and to have the vision of French Camp being really a medical campus that continues to grow, and then you can see if it continues to grow in scope, you would see some retail out there as well. So,
And you had mentioned remodel the building. We have a current building that on the interim basis they would start in while they built out a bigger campus would be what I understand is the long-term plan. But for the next several years, they have an application process to be an accredited medical school, and they have a certain timeline to fulfill that without having to go all the way back to the start line, which would then necessitate a lot of the legwork that's already been completed, correct?
Correct, and the first thing that we looked at was what was their application for a medical school? Was it a DO school? Was it a naturopathic school? No, it's an MD school, which in my mind, and this could be just my age, is the gold standard when you look at medical school. You really want a school that trains medical doctors.
Excellent. And so to that point, and really not to drag this on, I appreciate your guys' evaluation to look at it. This is an opportunity. It's knocking on our door. It's not a massive investment. It's just something that we may look at and flush out to see if it's viable and bring forward to the board for final approval on what you guys eventually vet out to be a suitable and good use for that building, and see if it comes to fruition. So
I
Chair,
believe,
at this time.
I believe we would be remiss if we didn't at least take it to that level, right? To see if that opportunity exists, to see if it's legitimate, to see if we can make this happen.
I concur. Thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. And yeah, when I was looking at this on the agenda, I guess it's just an informational item. There's no ask from this board.
Right.
And I think this board, agrees with you. And I think we expect our directors, folks in your position to be proactive, and this is exactly what you're doing in your field. So that's awesome to see. So kudos to you on that. Kudos to you is, taking that extra step and going out there and bringing in, and you're absolutely right. I mean, those of us that have kids, they go to college, we want our kids to, to come back home. And this is a way of doing that, is to providing them jobs.
Sure.
And, that's one aspect of it. The other aspect of it is the medical side. And as our population continues to grow, in one of the fastest growing counties in the state, we need more doctors, we need more nurses, we need more medical personnel. This is a way to alleviate that. So thank you for taking the extra step and going out there. We appreciate it, and please let this board know what we can do to assist you in the future on upcoming months and years, whatever it may be.
Yeah, thank you. I do want to, just one comment that was surprising when I got here. The quality of the medical staff in Stockton is phenomenal. And it's not that I didn't expect that. I come from Southern California, 10 years in Southern California, medical schools all over, and then to come here and see what the results of these residency programs have brought to Stockton is pretty incredible. And I'm happy to say that I would gladly receive my medical care with the medical staff that we've accomplished through both St. Joe's, Dameron, and San Joaquin.
Real quick, and
Yes, sir.
I appreciate that, but when you're a fine-tuned machine like myself, you don't need to go to the doctors often. Not like Supervisor Patty here, a little bit older than I am.
Yeah, that's my best recommendation.
Thank
Yes,
you,
and stay
thank
away,
you.
please.
Supervisor Cannabis.
When you kind of brought this up, I was really, really excited. And then to be able to take over part of the hospital, right, that's kind of uninhabitable, would this
Right.
use that for this? Because
Both areas that they're looking at, both the first building is not being used at all, and then to upgrade the towers, which would be the ultimate where the medical school would be, is not usable for us for anything more than clerical because of the requirements of seeing patients in that building. So
I mean, basically, it's a win-win.
it's a win-win. It looks like it.
I mean, and that was kind of the concern when we started, that it wasn't going to work, but now it possibly can work.
It can.
And then the other thing, when we were always wondering what happens with the old VA clinic, area that they do the examinations now.
So the old VA clinic is not an old VA clinic at all. It's a beautiful medical.
Well, no,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
what's the use of it?
So we're moving clinic people to, specialty clinics from the hospital are moving into the VA part. There's, I believe, 27 very nice exam rooms there. We're going to put a procedural room there. It allows the FQs to expand into our, if you have gone to the clinics at the hospital, you see that they're very challenged in space. Most of our waiting rooms are the hallways. We have chairs on the hallways. So that VA clinic space really allows us to expand appropriately and give more space both to the specialty clinics as well as the FQs. So it's a
Okay, yeah,
win-win.
because we went and toured that, so on best uses and who wants it, and there's a
Everybody
long
wants
list of everybody wanting it, including Greg Dietrich, so you're gonna have to fight over that, but no, I'm
This
all
is
for
a win-win for Greg and I. What we've looked at, as we looked at expand, we've been able to accomplish his need for growth as well by using the VA clinic.
No, we always talk about greatness grows here. If we could do that, this would be amazing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Patty, thank you for bringing this forward. Director Castro, I think it's a great idea. It's going to be an incredible opportunity for San Joaquin County. So let's, I'm behind it and I support it. So Supervisor Dean, would you like to speak? Okay, great. This time we'll set the motion. Oh, public comment, my bad. Anyone like to come forward and speak on this item? Okay, I see none. Close public comment.
Chairman, I'd like to say, if you will, that one of the talking points that I believe currently in the state of California is 13 medical schools. They need 8 more. Only 3 of them, Berkeley, Davis, and San Francisco University, are in this region. Is that correct? So this would be a 4th in this region, which we feel is high demand.
I believe there is one more somewhat similar medical school in Sacramento.
In Sacramento,
Yeah,
correct.
yeah.
You're right. Yes, thank you. So there's 4 and then need another. Thank you. So, Chairman, I would ask that we approve this to explore, direct CAO's office, that with General Services, we move this forward because there is a timeline. So it's not something that can go on the back burner and we 6, 8, 10 months from now engage with them. We want to be expedient to this.
All right, we got a motion, we got a second?
Through the chair.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I just want clarification of the motion. If I'm understanding it correctly, I think you're making a motion to direct Mr. Castro as well as other needed entities, including the CAO's office, to explore further this possibility and then report back recommendations as to next steps. Is that what you're asking?
That's exactly what I was asking.
That's what I thought.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a first and a second. We have a vote, please. And the motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much, Mr. Castro.
Thank you.
Item number 2, Community Development Department, ordinance on adopt the 2022 California Building Code Appendix P and the California Residential Code Appendix AZ. We have Erlich Merlot and Director Jolly. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members of the board. Jennifer Jolly, Director for Community Development. Before you today, we have a brief presentation. This is coming before you in anticipation of the project that the board is working with Department of Probation to create the emergency housing, or tent city, as sometimes people call it. This is just in anticipation of that project today. So I do have Assistant Director Eric Merlot with a brief presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Villiputa, members of the board, and CEO Regalo. So the discussion item here is regarding the adoption of the emergency housing appendices of the California Building Code and the California Residential Codes. A little background on this is that in August 21st of 2018, the Board of Supervisors adopted a resolution to declare a shelter crisis in San Joaquin County according to the California Homeless Emergency Aid Program, which was basically a funding mechanism. But it is also a requirement of the use of these emergency housing appendices. Another item, just a background, is at the end of November 2022, the Board of Supervisors adopted the 2022 California Building Standards Codes, which included the California Building Code and the California Residential Code, but did not adopt appendices P or AZ, which are the 2 appendices from the Residential and Building Code, because this was it wasn't really something that we were considering at the time. So we're recommending that we basically adopt these appendices. So the full recommendation is that we're introducing and waiving the reading of the proposed ordinance, amending the pertinent chapter of the San Joaquin County Ordinance Code, and then authorize the Community Development Department to prepare a summary of the ordinance, and then agendize the proposed amendments for adoption on September 10th, which is a regular meeting following this introduction and waive reading. The reason for the recommendation, as Ms. Jolly suggested, mentioned, is that the San Joaquin County Probation Department proposes to construct an emergency housing facility on county-owned or leased land, and the adoption of the appendices will provide code requirements and facilitate building permits for emergency sleeping cabins, emergency transportable housing units, membrane structures, and tents. And we've discussed tents, but it also covers all these other options that are possible, and those may be used in the emergency housing facility. This is considered permanent housing, so I understand that the intent is for the tent city, quote unquote, is that people may not live there permanently, but these tents can then remain afterwards for future uses, similar uses. So that's an important distinction. So that's our request.
Great. Any Supervisor Cannabis?
I never thought that I would be excited about a building code. I mean, the day has come where, you know, and I want to thank Chief Jackson for bringing this forward. And I think it's an important piece of the puzzle. And thank you guys for doing this. I mean, the county is becoming a well-oiled machine. And I think, you know, I mean, Tom and I always doing the homeless task force worried about the gaps. Well, this is closing the gaps, and it's proactive thinking. So one day we will have Camp Cannabis somewhere, and I appreciate you all for bringing this forward and working collaboratively, which is all I ask. So thank you so much.
Any other questions? Supervisor Patty, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chairman. Great job bringing this forward, making a slight amendment that we need so that we can adapt to what the environment is and what the perhaps one of the next phases going forward. So thank you very much. And I want to commend Supervisor Vice Chair Canepa on bringing this forward. The organized safe camping was not even close to the purview of discussion in this past year and beyond in our county. And thanks to Supervisor Canepa and his Chief of Staff, Ms. Calder, they've really been on the forefront of this, and we had a very informative and fruitful meeting up in Auburn to see what they were doing with their safe camping. So great job, Vice Chair, and we're looking forward to, as this progresses, the possibilities. But thank you for bringing this forward so we can adapt it and bring it into our realm of support services when it comes to the homeless. Thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Couple of questions. First of all, Director Jolly, it's nice that you're not in a meeting, that you're here.
We're on vacation.
Inside joke. How many emergency shelter beds do we have? And versus, I know we just did a count. So what's the difference between there? Do we know? Anybody know?
Through the chair, that is not something that community development would be
No, I
able to
know,
answer.
but because we're here talking about, you know, a shelter crisis, and then we're talking about tents and so on.
Yeah, through the chair. I mean, so the number in the pit count was 1,100.
Right, so how many?
Sheltered, homeless sheltered was 1,100, and then the unsheltered was close to 3,100.
So, and I know we've been pouring tens of millions of dollars into emergency shelters. So my question is, maybe you don't have the answer, but how many emergency shelters that are tens of millions of dollars have constructed versus now we want to do tents? So what's, you know, do we say that, like you said, 3,100 or folks, how many emergency shelters do we have? How many more do we have to build? Can we help, you know, folks stay in these shelters instead of a tent? That's my one question, and we don't have the answer, but that's the answer I would love to have. And second is, who decides where these is going to be, these tents and stuff are going to be built? I mean, you say it's like county property, and it's like, oh, you know, Kings Act county property, and that's not the way it works. I mean, because counties are right next to cities and to residential neighborhoods, and you can, so what's the process of actually putting one of these together?
Through the chair, what community development can add to this experience is basically collaborating with the Department of Probation, the County Administrator's Office, and the board on identifying a location that would work. So my understanding right now is that a location has not been, a permanent location has not been identified. However, some of the things that we have looked into is what zones do allow emergency shelters. So they are residential zones, there's public facility zones, which is why I believe the hospital complex was being looked at. I'm not sure if it's still being looked at. Our department, I should also add that General Services is involved. We are kind of removed from that part of it. Our part of this project would be to make sure that the tents are put up safely, can withstand wind and the elements. We also, Mr. Merlot and I also went up to Placer County and visited the site that Supervisor Patty was talking about. And so when we saw that, we just said, let's be ready to do this when the county does identify a location. So it's my understanding that a location has not been identified yet.
And when that location, wherever that location may be, does that come back to this board for approval? Yeah. It does, well.
Through the chair, I think I probably would have to defer to either the board or the county administrator.
Because if we're doing land use zoning, and sounds like that's what we're kind of doing here, right? We're going to zone a specific area for these tents, emergency shelters. So you would have a permit, I would take it, would go to development. It doesn't necessarily mean it comes back to this board. Am I correct?
Through the chair?
Well, go ahead, County Council.
I was just going to say, first, if the county is picking a site, that would be coming back to the board. Also, the county doesn't actually follow its own zoning. But before you panic and go, oh my God, they're going to open up a giant homeless shelter in the middle of some residential neighborhood, the board would be choosing the site if the board is the one that is opening, if the county is the one that's opening up the facility.
But if it's already zoned, for this structure, why would it come back to the board?
Well, if some other entity is opening it up, a nonprofit, for instance, and it's zoned, and it's an allowable zone use, yes, then that would go before the planning commission, and they make a recommendation, and then of course people can appeal the decision of the planning commission. But I thought you were making reference to the plan for the county to open up Camp Cannabis, which would be a county facility, which the county would be deciding the location of.
And this,
just to be clear, the board would be deciding the location of.
and this affects both private and, so government and private entities.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct, Supervisor Rickman. This would basically just allow us to issue permits for this type of alternative emergency shelter housing. Currently, the building code does not allow for us to issue permits on this type of housing. So this adoption of the two appendices would allow us to do that when appropriate.
Through the chair, if I can add.
Absolutely.
So if, and thank you, Director Jolly, yes, today's recommendation would only be in the event the board chooses to. So now, if a place is found and the county has to purchase, that definitely would be coming back to the board. Pardon? Or lease it. Or lease, now depending on the lease, but that would be coming back to the board.
Okay, so this is an emergency. I don't see anything in here, though, in the ordinance. Well, it says government codes and stuff. I don't have the codes in front of me. That it's going to be, it needs to come back to this board first. I mean, if there's some kind of legal wording in there, I mean, I just don't want to see, I mean, I think the public should have a say if we're going to have, a tent city or whatever it may, emergency shelter somewhere, that it should come back to this board. It should be transparent, that the public should be able to comment on.
Yeah, through the chair, just to be clear, this is amending the building code, so this is just to allow issuance of permits.
Right.
I think what you're making reference to would be more zoning oriented.
Well, I mean, you allow building permits or permits, what do you think is going to happen? You're going to build something.
it would allow the issuance of the
Well,
building.
and so what I'm saying is that this is the precursor to that, if it was what you're saying with the building code. So what I'm saying is this going to come back before this board before we allow somebody to go, before we issue a permit and so on? So it's gonna go through the whole planning commission and come up to the board? Are we gonna have, public comment on it? Or are we gonna let the public participate? We're gonna have the transparency, we're gonna have the accountability, just like what we do on everything else?
Sure, and through the chair, so I think the way to address that would be making sure the zoning, which would allow the building of these type of shelters, is such that you think it's only in appropriate areas. And so
My concern is this: what I've seen in the past and what I've experienced in the past is you have something zoned, say it's industrial, and they want to put a 2-story, whatever, big old building right next to say the freeway that you don't want it to be in. But since it is zoned for that, I mean, your legal options are very, very limited. You open yourself up to liability.
Through the chair, maybe I can clarify. So I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Today, that's not what we're looking at today, but maybe I can shed some light on what you are asking about. So the different zones that allow emergency shelter do require land use permits. So if and when either the county or the private entities want to put up something like that, it would go through that process. If we needed to change the zoning, whether the county needed to change the zoning, because your uses do need to be consistent with the zoning, even though we're the county, we can still require land use permits, and zone changes always come to the Board of Supervisors. So there will be a public process to go through something like this. It just depends on the zone that is identified as the location.
And so we have the zoning, what we have, the different type of zoning that we have here. There's tons of different types of zoning. Is this adding an additional zoning element to that? For example, these tents or emergency shelters, what zoning would be required for that?
Through the chair, I don't have the zoning code with me today, but I believe when I've looked at it in the past, it's some type of residential zoning or public facility zoning.
So if it's residential zoning, so we have existing residential zoning somewhere here in this county. Now, we approved this today, and somebody wants to build, what we're allowing here in the building code, and they have the property that is required for the zoning, and they want to build it. They come to you, get a permit, and then what?
This is kind of the end of the project. So there's a lot of things that have to happen before we would be issuing building permits, and that would be getting approval for the location, the zone, and a land use permit if necessary.
So you have somebody, and again, I ran into this before, and it was industrial. It was zoned industrial. They're going to they built a big old warehouse right next to the freeway, which I was against. We fought, or at least we fought it for like a year. We ended up losing, or at least my side ended up losing, because it's pretty much, their argument was, hey, this is zoned industrial. You guys, we went through the whole process. You have to let us build. And we lost. And now you see a big old giant residential or industrial building right next to prime land, right next to a freeway. This is what I don't want to see here, is residential. So it's, they're already zoned residential. I want to build a bunch of tents in there. Neighbors come out and they're adamantly opposed to it, or businesses are adamantly opposed against it. We say, hey, they followed the process, they did the permit legally, there's nothing we can do about it. That is what I don't want to happen.
Understood.
So would that happen? Is that a possibility?
Not based on what we're asking for today. Adopting today's appendices does not automatically allow tents to be erected everywhere. It does not. There's still a land use entitlement process and/or some sort of zoning review that would need to occur. I don't have all of the details on the zoning today, so I can't answer exactly which zones require which types of permits, but that is something that we would definitely work and bring forward to the board if and when you do decide a location.
And Counselor, and listen to what I just said, the legal implications of this. I don't want to be voting on something that we're going to end up legally liable if we vote against it, or the residents, what I just explained. I don't want to be trapped.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and I don't know off the top of my head if somebody wanted to build something pursuant to this adoption of the building code, if they would need a use permit, or if it's an as-right in some areas. If it's an as-right, then you're correct. You could have a scenario where somebody could build something, and we really don't have a lot of discretion to block it on the basis that, hey, we don't think that's a good place for it, because we zoned it for that. But I don't know off the top of my head if this is something where, in addition to utilizing this change in the building code, there would be required in all zones a use permit. And I don't know if the department knows the answer to that off the top of their heads either. But I understand your concern.
And, I want to and I'll end it here, Chairman. Thank you for your patience. Thank you, Board, for your patience. I'll end it here. And, I'm not against emergency shelters, and you can already hear, oh, he doesn't want, not in my backyard. He doesn't want emergency shelter. That's not what I'm saying at all. Is there a place for emergency shelters? Is there a place for tents? Or absolutely. But there has to be the transparency and the accountability side too. I mean, we can't put ourselves in a position, or an entire residential neighborhood, or in a different, or entire neighbor zoning area could be residential, could be next to a school, that all we know, and put us in that position. So, I want answers on those. With that, I'm not going to vote on it until I get these answers. So thank you, Chairman, for your patience. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Our next speaker is Supervisor Ding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Supervisor Rickman, I hear you loud and clear. And I mean, basically what we're doing is, the reason we're doing this is specific to Camp Cannabis. I mean, what? It's Cannabis. It stands for Camping as Non-Enclosed Preference Alternative. It's not, it is, you can't stay here, but you can't, what is it? You can't go home, but you can't stay here. It gives us another tool for law enforcement to move people off, and there's a lot of the homeless population that doesn't want to go into an enclosed shelter, so this is their alternative site. My question is, with this language, given Supervisor Rickman's concerns, and I share them as well, this is a decision the board wants to make, is where exactly are we going to put this? Can we draw a line here that this the language we're speaking at is specifically for Camp Cannabis in this project, and it's not a general change in building code guidelines?
Through the chair, I think I need to defer to council on this. I don't believe so, but
I don't believe so either. I mean, I think this just authorizes the issuance of building permits using using Appendix P. The way in which you control where someone can build is based on zoning, and so you'd have to, I mean, maybe the way to address this, and I'm just talking off the top of my head, which is kind of dangerous, but I'll do it anyhow. You could amend the zoning, not today, but you could amend zoning so that the type of facility that is being contemplated with Camp Cannabis is only allowed in one specific area, which we've designated as an appropriate area. But that isn't what we're doing here. That isn't what is being proposed here today. This is simply
But we could amend it.
You could amend zoning so as to allow something like Camp Cannabis only in one area. But you're not gonna, and maybe in conjunction with doing that, you at the same time could then authorize this. I'm not suggesting that, but to address Supervisor Rickman's concern, maybe that's the approach you would take. You do those two things simultaneously. Again, just talking off the top of my head.
if I may, through the chair.
Yes.
This requires a first and second reading. So today is the first reading. It's not adopted today. We have to come back before you. If the board would like, I am happy to bring back more of a comprehensive discussion on the zoning information at the next meeting, if you would like, before you make a final decision, if that's appropriate for council. so that you can see, we can bring that information back to you, show you where the different zones allow this type of housing and whether it's outright permitted versus a land use permit. I just do not have that information in front of me today.
Thank you. Supervisor Cannabis?
Yeah, I mean, we obviously don't want to open a can of worms, but I mean, and I get that. But I mean, some of the sites we were looking at before we, put it back on GSD. So the city too, if it's in a city area, this would help in it. And I just wanted to clarify, we still are under a state of emergency for housing, correct? Because we had looked at that. So isn't that one of the parameters that it would have to be kind of to
Through
serve
the
that
chair,
purpose?
if you're asking me, yes. As the presentation started, I believe we have been, the declaration is still in force.
That's correct.
And then this code came from where? So it's state code, or, I mean, so basically we're adopting something that's state allowed or state vetted, I would imagine?
We're adopting an appendix of the California Building Code. So it is part of the California Building Code once we adopt it. Appendices are optional for jurisdictions to adopt, and we did not adopt this specific, we did not adopt this specific appendix back in 2022.
Okay.
So,
Because I would agree with Supervisor, I mean, we don't want to open a can of worms where, hey, we open this door and then the floodgates open and something that's not ill-advised, happens.
So through the chair, I agree with the director's thought that if the board wants to pursue this and adopt this first reading, and then before adopting it on the second reading, there'd be a presentation as to what would be the ramifications, what areas might potentially there be built, facilities built pursuant to adopting this Appendix P. That could be done prior to the adoption on the second reading. That is an option which would address the issues.
There's no sense of urgency. Obviously, we don't have, all the ducks in a row, so.
Supervisor Rickman?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. And why would you adopt something today if you don't have the answers to it today? Why don't you just bring the whole thing back? Instead of, what our council was saying, well, we could adopt this portion.
Well, as you know, ordinances require two readings. So
Yes,
by
right.
adopting it today, you have not formally, this ordinance is not adopted, and you could direct to the director to, before bringing this back for second reading, make a presentation to the board, what zones would allow building pursuant to.
No, I agree.
Yeah, and the answer, you could, you don't have to.
I would agree
you
with
could bring it
that.
back
Okay, give me 1 second here. I agree with that. I'm just saying what you said before, that, we could adopt the ordinance here, and then before we do the second, the second portion, which would ratify it, I guess. But why would we adopt something if we still have so many questions? Why don't you just bring back and don't adopt anything, bring it back?
Sia, would you like to comment?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, if I could recommend, since I think there isn't a location that we have yet, and so if the board would like, and Director Jolly has already said that she could come back with the zoning information. It would just delay it. So we could come back on the 10th with the zoning information and do this first reading and waiving of the first reading. And then on the second meeting of September, if the board chooses, then at that time we can adopt. So we could start the process over.
Through the chair, the only thing that I would probably recommend is that we would come back to the second meeting in September, as we would need some time to prepare that board packet, because we're not prepared with the zoning information. And I 100% agree with CAO Regalo, because we don't have a location. What CDD did not want to be in the situation was that a location had been identified, and I know that there's an urgency that's been expressed by different board members. We did not want to be the holdup if something were to surface and this was going to move forward. But because we don't have a location, I don't see the harm in us coming back to maybe the second meeting in September. We could redo the first reading, and then the second reading would occur in October. Yeah. So it would just delay it, as CAO Regalo said.
Sounds good to me. Any other comment? Okay, so do we need a motion because you're gonna come back? Oh, public comment, I'm sorry. Public comment, anyone would like to come forward? I see none, no close public comment. So we're gonna table this, is that what I understand, or do you wanna?
Somebody can make a motion to continue it to a date certain if they
Okay,
wish
can
to.
I get a motion to continue this item?
Move to continue it.
To the second week of September, is that what it is? Or second meeting in September? I'll make a motion to.
Second meeting of September?
Continue it to the second meeting in September.
Okay, we have a first and a second, we have a vote, please. You first, right? Okay,
Okay, I'll second it.
okay, great,
If Supervisor Cannabis wants to steal my thunder, that's fine.
great.
It doesn't matter. It gets voted on either way.
Okay, it's waiting on Supervisor Patty. It's 5-0 to table to the second meeting in September, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
For the presentation.
Thank you.
Can I take a privilege motion here real quick?
Yes, sir.
Which I have never have done yet. One, can we take a 5-minute recess?
Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna come back at 12:15. 15-minute recess, thank you. It's a great idea. Thank you. Yeah, me too. I'll get the meeting back going. Item number 3 is Public Works. Receive a presentation from the Department of Public Works regarding implementation of an SB 1383 compliant residential refuse collection agreement for Refuse Service Area C, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th districts. We have Public Works Deputy Director David Tolliver and Fritz Buckman.
Good morning, Chair Villapuga and board members. I'm Fritz Buckman, your Director of Public Works. Consistent with previous board direction, we are before you today to present a residential collection proposal negotiated with Republic Services, Inc. for Refuge Service Area C, and seek board direction to either finalize the contract for board consideration based on the proposed terms or undertake a competitive selection process. At this point, I'll turn the presentation over to Deputy Director David Tolliver, who will outline the proposal.
Thank you, Director Buckman. Good afternoon, Chair Villapuga, members of the board. David Tolliver, Deputy Director of the Public Works Department. First, some background. In 2014, the state of California enacted Senate Bill 1383, or SB 1383, which requires every jurisdiction in California to provide organic waste collection to all residents and businesses. The state requires a 2 or 3 container collection system with 1 container dedicated to organic waste. As a result, the current county waste hauler collection contracts must be revised accordingly. On February 27th, your board heard public comment supporting a competitive selection process for the residential refuse collection agreements to help ensure competitive services and rates. On April 23rd, Public Works presented implementation options for compliant waste collection contracts to your board and received board direction to initiate a competitive selection process for Refuse Service Area C if those rates exceeded those of the City of Stockton. Additionally, your board directed Public Works to continue the process of amending collection contracts for the other 5 refuse service areas. On June 4th, your board directed Public Works to negotiate with Republic Services, the existing Refuse Service Area C service provider, for up to 30 days on a proposal that would provide services and rates more comparable to those provided by the City of Stockton. The next several slides will highlight the negotiated proposal. In general, the proposal offers more services than were previously provided to county residents for less cost. The proposal also meets the board's objective to provide services and rates comparable to the City of Stockton. Specifically, the basic services in the proposal include solid waste, green waste, and recycling services. The frequency of collection pickups are identical to those of Stockton's, with weekly solid waste collection, a newly proposed weekly green waste collection, and recycling collections increasing in frequency from every other week to weekly. These services are SB 1383 compliant. Proposed county rates match current City of Stockton rates. While the smallest 30-gallon container rate increases a modest 13%, the 90-gallon container, which is utilized by more than 60% of Area C customers, decreases by 7%. This is significantly less than the 30 to 50% rate increases we anticipated when the board adopted our SB 1383 compliant ordinance in early 2022, and the increases we're seeing in other parts of the state. All customers in Refuse Service Area C will continue to receive the same billed rate. The proposal also includes 2 additional elements that are important for ongoing county compliance with the state. First, SB 1383 has significant new regulation, compliance reporting, and these efforts require additional staff time and resources. A 3% management fee recovers the cost to provide oversight of these new regulations. And secondly, the new services and rates are proposed to begin on January 1st, 2025, which will move us into compliance with state mandates at the soonest possible time. As this slide highlights, the proposed rates are equivalent to those of the City of Stockton for 30-gallon and 90-gallon trash container options. Note that the county has not historically offered a 60-gallon option as the city does. At this time, I'll turn the presentation over to Director Buckman.
Public Works recommends that the board direct staff to finalize an amended and extended residential waste collection contract for Refuse Service Area C based on the terms described today. The final Area C agreement would be considered by your board along with the amended agreements for the other 5 service areas, and which we anticipate bringing forward on October 8th. If approved, the revised agreements would be effective January 1, 2025. Alternatively, the board could direct staff to undertake a competitive selection process for the Area C collection agreement. Note that this option would likely result in an SB 1383 compliant agreement and the associated services being effective 1 year later on January 1, 2026. Of course, there is no guarantee that the competitive selection process will result in equal or better rates than those proposed today. This concludes our presentation. Deputy Director Tolliver and I are available to respond to any questions your board may have.
Any questions from the board before we go to public comment? None? At this time, we're going to open public comment. Clerk of the board, can we allow 5 minutes for public comment? Public comment is out. Public comment's now open. Our first speaker is Mike Hakem. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Supervisors. Mike Hakem, 3414 Brookside Road in Stockton. I'm here today with Vice President Anthony Mann, General Manager Kelly Johnson, and Sales Manager Sina Thompson. As this board will recall, as well as I do, we appeared on June 4th and presented our request to the board to be able to offer you a Stockton equivalency program to compete with the concerns that were raised by Supervisor Canepa and shared by the board. We represented to the board at that hearing that our proposal would be apples to apples, and that we would provide Area C with the true equivalency of a Stockton program. This board, and I underscore, this board voted 4-1 to accept our proposal. This board accepted our proposal to follow up and provide a Stockton equivalency program to provide the assurance that there wouldn't be the disparity in the Area C that was being concerned and complained about. After the June 4th hearing, we went to your staff and presented an Excel spreadsheet where we laid out the entire Stockton program. A to Z, womb to tomb, we laid out the Stockton program to your staff and said to your staff, you pick and choose, tell us what you want to include from the Stockton program, and we'll do that. Staff sat down and figured out what they wanted from the Stockton program, and we negotiated that to the presentation that's come before you this morning. And it's our position that that presentation mirrors the request by staff for a Stockton equivalency program. We requested at the time of the negotiations that we be allowed to utilize our own landfill for tipping fees, as we do in Stockton. So it'd be a Stockton, apples and apples. Staff said, no, we're not going to do that. You're going to pay the tipping fees to our landfill. You're not going to use your own landfill. You'll pay tipping fees to the county. We said, fine, let's proceed with the package, and let's see if we can't get this done and make it happen. The financial result of us not being able to use our own facility and tipping fees is a significant disadvantage to us financially. And by our calculations, and staff is here to respond to you, we conclude that it's about a $941,000 advantage annual revenue to the county by us not being able to use our own tipping fee benefit from our own landfill. So we end up paying $941,000 extra every year for the privilege of using your county landfill. But that's what staff asked for, and we said we would do apples and apples, and we've done that. And we brought to you a true equivalency program that competes with Stockton across the board. In closing, I want to underscore that what's being presented to you was selected by staff as their request to do a true apples and apples equivalency. We asked for other things in the negotiations, and we were told no, no, and no. We're staying with the program that the board directed us. And I'm proud to say that I'm bringing that back to you as I promised I would. We're more than willing to answer any questions. We respectfully request your support. And I remind you, this board voted 4-1 in favor of my proposal to you that we follow this program. We followed the program. We're bringing you the response that was asked for, and we respectfully request you honor your commitment and support the recommendation of staff. I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions, Mr. Hagan?
Through the chair.
Supervisor Cannabis.
So from my recognition, I got you guys an extra 30 days. So I don't know where the 4-1 came from, because this deal was dead in the water, and then I got you another 30 days to negotiate. So I don't appreciate that part of it, saying that it's 4-1 vote. We got you 30 more days to come to a deal, and there are some holes in it. So, you know what I mean? And it was all about being a good steward too. So the franchise fee I get hasn't been, the city's rate is 5% management fee. We have 3%. It's 18.3 for the fee, and then 5 points for city. So I mean, I appreciate this is getting a little out of hand, where I'm getting picked off from both sides, and I think it's time that we look at this and figure out how to fix it. Because I don't think at the beginning they did it in good faith, because they've been taking advantage of the county for a very long time. So trying to mend it now is a problem that I have. And we'll hear from the rest of the public, but I mean, so please don't do that, saying what we voted and what we agreed to. I gave you 30 extra days to come to a plan, and whether or not you did it to my satisfaction and these 4 other gentlemen up here is where it comes from. So I beg to differ. I appreciate.
Supervisor Patty.
Is this open? It's about Cannabis.
Supervisor Cannabis, I appreciate your comments. All I wanted to underscore was I accepted responsibility to bring you a Stockton program, and I think I've done that. This is what staff selected from the equivalency across the board. If this board finds today, Supervisor Cannabis, that you want to make some adjustments to it, I'm all ears to that. I'm all ears to doing some adjustments to make it happen. But we stepped up as best we could, given the time constraints, and I say that in good faith. In all honesty, we couldn't have done any better, any faster than we did.
Understood. Thank you, Chair.
Excuse me, Mr. Hagan. Baker here. Another question. Supervisor Patty.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. While you're up here, you volunteered questions. I know it's public comment, but very informative. I know you're involved in this, and you've represented Republic for quite a long time in this region. So thank you for the work and the diligence and working with staff. I'm not familiar with the extent of the services that the city provides, but I know we were looking for dollar, service for service, and you mentioned that staff had decided what to include in the proposal. Isn't there a street cleaning component to the city services? Is that, Mr. Hagan, while you're there, but also through the chair to staff, what about the street cleaning component? I've heard street cleaning. I don't know it. I've not ever seen a street cleaning machine in my neighborhood for that, so I don't know what that entails. But what about the services that the city currently provides that includes street sweeping that I don't see so far?
Correct. The street sweeping services offered by the city of Stockton, we believe that they're paid out of the franchise fee. In the county pockets or the county areas, we use our road maintenance funds to pay for those same services.
So we pay for the street sweeping services in that same exact district, is that correct?
In the county parts, in the county portion, we use street sweeping services paid out of the road maintenance fund.
Do we know what that cost is on the road maintenance fund to do the services at that location, in that region?
I don't have that information with me.
Ballpark.
Today.
Okay. Hundreds of thousands?
Hundreds of thousands, yes.
Hundreds of thousands, okay, got it. The franchise fee, which I know the county council has advised may not be legal, so it'd have to go to it's a tax and it needs to be approved by the voters. But in substitution of the franchise fee, you guys have offered the tipping fees to kind of offset that. That would be a way to get around the franchise fee, is that correct?
Supervisor Patty, the answer is yes. We asked for the right to use our landfill and not have a tipping fee to the county. Staff said, no, they're adamant, you're gonna use our landfill, the county's landfill, and you're gonna have a tipping fee. When you do the numbers, when you do the math on the tipping fee, we pay an extra $941,000 a year to the county. We would love to have a 23% franchise fee and not have a tipping, and be able to not have a tipping fee. But that's to your disadvantage for me to propose that. That's how staffs have evaluated it, and I concur with them.
So question for you then, what would that franchise fee be if it were paid to the county? You're saying it's 23% of the service?
23, it would be 23% of the annual service billings provided to the ratepayers.
And what would that number be? What's 23% of the annual? Ballpark.
Anthony, yeah. Let me have Anthony Mann step up for a minute, Supervisor Patty.
And then again, ballpark.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Supervisor. So 27,000 tons is what comes in right now that we deliver, pick up from the county and take to your landfills. So, and then a $77 tip fee. And so if we were to do that, $77, right? That's what we do today. So in terms of that math though, if we were to internalize that volume, this is again, we have franchise fees with cities, with other cities, but it all requires that material come into our own landfills. And so again, we have, we get to take advantage of other expenses, other assets that we have in the area. And so it's cheaper for real. So when you look at, again, that 27,000 tons and the tip fee that we pay, it ends up being more money that comes to the county versus us internalizing the volume and then charging a franchise fee.
So asking for the number, do you have a ballpark idea of what, if there was a franchise fee, and as it would be similar to what the city collects, what would be that number?
Yeah, so that, look, it's different based on the city. So if we just look at what we worked with the city of Stockton, then it would be in the 40s. And so the volume would be, again, that same 27,000 tons, times, $44, right? It would be more like, it'd end up being like 1.5 million, right? Instead of the 2.4 million that you guys get as a county today. So
Okay.
again, that would end up being better on the behalf to continue the tip fee.
So the tipping fee is 900,000, if I understand correctly. If a franchise fee were to be collected, it would be 1.5 or 2.3. I'm not sure, then you just gave me two different numbers.
No, the 2.4 is what today is what you end up getting, right? So after you take the tonnage and we end up, paying you for that, you end up getting the 2.4 million today in terms of the tip fee. And so if we were to internalize it, then we look at that number a little differently in terms of, what the charge would be in terms of the tip fee coming in to charge ourselves, basically, to take that material. And that's why it ends up being a smaller number. And that's
Okay.
how we came
I think I'm still not getting the number I'm asking for, and we'll move on if you don't have it. But if we're going to be paying a tipping fee, and that's a roughly $950,000 plus to the county because you're doing the tipping fee at the county landfill. If you did not do the tipping fee and you paid the franchise fee, because we're doing the tipping fee in lieu of the franchise fee. So if we matched what the city does and it's a franchise fee, do you know and do you have the number of what that would be collected by the county for the franchise fee? And again, ballpark.
Right, and I don't have a number, right, because I think those scenarios would be different. What we took based on our discussions with the county staff were to go back and say, listen, they wanted to continue to internalize that volume, go into county landfills, and that's when we went and got our corporate republic approval based on.
I understand
so we
that.
could come back with some numbers, Supervisor, in terms of getting those to you, but now we were just trying to do a ballpark in terms of what it would look like and what happens when you get a franchise fee. It's because the volume goes into our landfills versus sending to a county.
I totally understand, get the tipping fee part. I'm just trying to find out what the fee number would be in comparison if we had a franchise fee. So at this time, that's all, Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker, thank you very much, sir. Our next speaker is Sal Lamelli.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. My name is Sal Lamelli. I'm the principal officer of Local 439 here in Stockton. We represent over 6,000 members. And I would like to we represent 6,000 members in the valley, so I'm here for the Republic. We do have Teamsters, you know, and they got the contract right now. And I would hate to lose any brothers due to not them getting the contract. So if you can continue the contract with the Public Service, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak or comment to the board? Please come forward.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. My name is Kevin Boss, so it's a pleasure to be here this afternoon to speak on this important topic. As it sits today in Area C, the county residential collection rates compared to the cities of Stockton, less the franchise fees at 23.5%, are 20 to 40% higher depending on the service levels that somebody chooses. And this is with much less services to the county residents. Of course, these rates are such as there has not been a competitive process for this collection contract in over 42 years. Without competition, our county residents lose. In April, this board made the right decision to move forward and allow a competitive process. After not attending that meeting in April, Republic came back here in June, on June 4th, and represented to this board that if you allow them 30 days, they would bring back a deal that matches the residential collection rates provided in the city of Stockton, dollar for dollar, less franchise fees. And additionally, they were clear that they would match the service levels in the city of Stockton. As Supervisor Cannabis stated that day, apples for apples on the service. And then, and only then, did this board agree to give them 30 days to submit a proposal and skip, once again, a competitive process that's been avoided for 42 years. There is no question they have not hit that mark. They set the mark at the Stockton rates, less franchise fees, and the Stockton service levels to avoid a competitive process. Remember in June, they represented those franchise fees dollars in the Stockton rate would not be in the county rate. But these numbers keep those taxes in the county rate, and they keep those dollars at Republic. This is not the dollars for dollars, apples for apples deal that they told this board they would return with. In Stockton, Republic funds through the garbage rates, not through the franchise fees. They fund the street sweeping services to the city of Stockton. Here in this proposal, they do not cover that cost, nor do they provide that service, and they don't return those funds back in a rate reduction. They have not lived up to the commitment that they made in June. Republic made these commitments to avoid a competitive process. This proposal is not a win for the county residents. The 30-gallon rate, as we heard, goes up 13%. There's thousands of customers that are affected by that. They clearly have not delivered on both fronts. The Vacarezza family, California Waste Solutions, with over 100 years of providing solid waste services in this county, and I have established and come together with a local coalition of business leaders and operators, really a community-based, locally owned collection company. We are ready to submit a proposal for these services as they've been outlined. We simply want that opportunity to compete. We are ready, and we ask for a mechanism to submit our proposal for consideration. After 42 years without competition, there is no harm that comes to the county for allowing competition and the county accepting a competing proposal to evaluate. With a competing proposal, the deal for our county residents can only get better. Better pricing, better services, and it gives this board the real tool you need to make the very important decision on this issue. I appreciate your time, and of course, I'm available for questions.
Any questions for Mr. Basso? Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Chair. So I had asked the Republic, and I know you have some experience in this universe. Is there a ballpark idea of what the tipping fees would be if the county were collecting? That's a big if. So we know that in lieu of collecting, they're paying a tipping fee, not the franchise fee. I'm sorry, I said franchise fee. I said tipping when I meant franchise. What would that franchise fee be in contrast to the $900,000 on the tipping fee? Do you have an idea of that?
I can answer that question. First off, let me make a clarification. The 27,000 tons that were discussed that they would like to internalize in negotiations, those tons historically and have always gone to the county facilities by contract. And that is for all the haulers or all the collection areas. A requirement of, call it this, providing the service is that you deliver those tons to the county facility. So that's not a change of an issue. That's always been the case. As far as the 23.5% franchise fee in the city of Stockton, it's a gross revenue. So for every dollar they collect, they pay 23.5% straight to the city before they pay any other bills. So the formula is, and I can't tell you that total revenue number of this contract, but the formula is 23.5% of the total revenue. Now, if you look at the number of customers and come up with an average rate, you could probably come close to what that number would be, 23.5% of this total contract.
So don't go anywhere. Staff, do you have a ballpark idea of whatever the revenue of this contract agreement, and if we looked at 23% of that, 23.5% of that, what would that franchise, if there was a franchise fee, what would that be? Ballpark.
Supervisor Patty, if I could clarify the management fee and the franchise fee conversation a bit before we get to that question, if you'd indulge me for
I'd
a
actually
minute.
like the answer to my question. I've asked this on numerous occasions for people. Do you have any idea of what that revenue base is that we'll be paying to Republic, or Republic would be collecting, and the 23.5% that we would get if there was a franchise fee?
First 23. Yeah, let me clarify first the franchise fee and the management fee. So the city of Stockton has a 3.5% management and diversion fee and a 20% franchise fee. In conversations back and forth, their actual practice of utilizing it has proven more to be like an 18% franchise fee and about a 5.5% management fee. And what are the management fees used for? They're used for staff, their resources, their planning department. And so in our case, and the franchise fee goes to their general fund, where they use it for street sweeping and all kinds of assorted services that they need to serve their citizens. In our case, we've stayed away from a franchise fee just because of some of the legal complexities, and county council has shared some of those, and we might want to talk about some of those today. In our case, we have added a new 3%, just a 3% cost recovery mechanism for our management fee. We don't need additional funding to cover what we need to deliver compliance reporting to the state. And so, circling back to your question, the ordinance that we have in the county specifies that all county refuse goes to county facilities. And that's to make our landfills whole, to make sure that we have enough volume coming in so that we can maintain our landfills to the standard that we need to do that. And so Mr. Basso is right with respect to the fact that it's standard across all of the contracts. It's a requirement. It's in the ordinance. So the gap between I'm getting to your question, believe me. The gap between, and I'm going to just round the numbers a bit. The county tip fee is about $75. The Republic fee, again, what they published in their City of Stockton contract, is about $45. So there's about a $30 delta. So if you multiply that times 27,000 tons, we get about $800,000. Again, one of the issues that we haven't talked about is the population density, and that, the fixed costs are spread across a smaller customer base, larger geographic area. That puts increased pressure on the Republic operational costs. Again, I'm not advocating for a Republic business. I'm saying that's just the operational reality. And the fact that, we are saying, again, that's a difference. We tried to do apples to apples as much as we can, but in the City of Stockton contract, candidly, Republic is allowed to take the refuse that they collect to Forward and at Forward rates. In the county situation, that's not the same. That's not the case. County refuse is going to go to a county facility, and that is a higher operational cost for them. That eats into whatever delta there might be between the franchise fee that City of Stockton has and the one that we don't have. There are increased costs with going with the county.
Do we know what 20% of the annual revenue is?
No.
Yeah, we don't have the figure of what 20% of the annual revenue would be at our fingertips right now. But I will point out, it was not really a quid pro quo between the difference in the tipping fees and the franchise fee. What we attempted to match for the City of Stockton was the gross amount paid by the ratepayer, regardless of the franchise fee, how much each ratepayer was out of pocket every month for the services, and that's what we matched.
And if I could add one final point, is, we're negotiating all of the agreements right now. And so I'm in a position to look at all the agreements and the rates that we're negotiating. The proposal we have in front of us is the lowest rates that we're going to see in the county at this point in time.
If I can add to that.
Mr. Basso, yeah, I still have the floor, so thank you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no.
You'll find out if those are the lowest rates if you go through a competitive process. And all we want is an opportunity to give you a proposal. And for a point of clarification, the street sweeping in Stockton is not paid out of the franchise fees or the general fund. It's paid out of the two haulers. The City of Stockton split in half. There's two residential haulers, both national garbage companies, Waste Management and Republic Services. They pay it's like they're providing the service. They subcontract it, and they pay for that service out of the rate.
Okay, and Chair, I'll just finish with this. I'll yield the floor. But and therein lies there's a lot of moving parts and a lot of service integration and partnerships and franchise or management fees and stuff. I don't know, and I'm not certain. I don't believe we've matched apples for apples, service for service at this point. That's troubling to me. Chair, I yield. Thank you.
I can assure you, you have not matched dollars for dollars less franchise fees and apples for apples on service.
Clerk.
Thank you.
Oh.
Any other questions for Mr. Basso? I see none. Thank you very much. Anyone else who'd like to address the board? Mr. Tolliver, go ahead, but Mr. Harum, come forward, please.
Through the chair, clerk of the board, could you put the presentation back up? The very last one. We have a bonus. We have extra credit. A bonus slide. We didn't cover this in the presentation because our main considerations were the types of services being offered in terms of new greenway services, increased frequency of recycling services. But I did want to share this slide to point out that there are other services, ancillary services, that are involved in our negotiations. And what you'll see is, again, it's a busy slide, my apologies, but you'll see that they're very comparable services.
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
So the first one, the voucher, you have to take to the county facility. The other one, you leave in your front porch. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I don't know that it's apples to apples there. If I have to take all the way out to Harney Lane, mm-hmm. It's not as convenient as 12 stickers per year. So that's the first one. I don't know if there's any other that pop out. as far as customer, you know what I mean, if we're helping. My goal is to help taxpayers, you know what I mean, get equal services. And I just in full disclosure, I've talked with both sides, and that's why my passion is kind of showing out a little bit, because, you know what I mean, I think that it needs to be fair and equitable, and I appreciate everyone's try. I mean, it's not, and the Teamsters folks, it's not like we're blowing this up where Republic wouldn't get this. But where I'm going is to figure out a way to do this so that we do have some competition. Because this is another extension. Extension is how long? 6 years?
6 years.
So we want to have another bite at the apple for 6 years. And personally, I'm not comfortable with that. So I appreciate the good effort in doing what the city's done. I don't think that it's been met personally myself. I mean, there's some things here that I've seen that don't satisfy me. Someone knows that 18% number. I don't know how y'all are sitting here and somebody doesn't know that number. That's the more embarrassing part to me, that nobody's owning that number. So it's 18% plus the 5.3%. Their franchise fee at the city is 18. I mean, I've talked with Harry, I mean, I don't know where else you guys are getting it, so why we don't have that number. I mean, and that's fine, because I'm just going forward, and it's gonna be more work for you, because if this doesn't go through, you guys are gonna be negotiating some different deals with some different folks. So I wanted to be transparent here, that number hasn't been provided. So whether the 940,000 offsets it, that's not my problem. That's not my problem, because we force folks to go to our landfill. That's not me. So that's, you know what I mean? That's the city's deal, and they don't have a landfill. So how are they gonna send, you know what I mean, something where they would preferably get a benefit from? The city doesn't have a landfill, so anyway, I'll quit ranting.
Supervisor Ding.
Actually, I'll wait till after public comment.
Mr. Herman, would you like to come forward and speak?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Steve Harum, I represent Waste Management. They've asked me to present to you today a broader and more 10,000-foot view of this, and not the granular view that you've received. Because as we all know, as we've worked on garbage issues, they are arcane, they are complex, and they can give you a headache real quickly. So let me just point out this, is that a concern that we have as a private sector, and I may be sounding more like a former Stockton Chamber of Commerce president than a representative of Waste Management today, is that private sector and capital really is concerned about the stability and the certainty of government. Because people in the private sector are putting together a great deal of money, and they're relying on the certainty of decisions. And we ask you to be aware of that and take that into account in this instance. And we're not saying we're for or against Republic. We're just saying that the process needs to be certain and to be stable. And by that I mean capital is fungible. You don't have to spend your money in San Joaquin County. You don't have to spend your money in Stockton. You spend your money where you think it is going to be safe and certain, and you know what's going to happen and the reliability of decisions. And in this particular instance, again, from a 10,000-foot view, not from a granular view, I will admit that, Republic came to you and they asked for a second chance. And you were kind to them. You gave them a second chance. And they said, we think we can equalize the rates, because this has always been about equalizing the rates. Now, I'm not an expert in this area. Anyone who tells you they're an expert on garbage is probably not telling you the truth. But I looked at the slides, I listened to Mr. Tolliver's presentation, and on the second slide in bold letters, it said, all residents will receive the same billing rates in the RSAC. So my point to you is, at least from the staff report, the people who have the greatest expertise and the most independent, which is your staff, have all indicated to you that you told Republic, here's the rules, here's where the goalpost is. You can do this, then we will continue you. And now, whether you agree with the Republic approach or you agree with the Vacarezza approach, the point is your staff is giving you a staff report that said, indeed, these folks met that criteria and they did equalize the rates. And we ask you to keep that in account as you make this decision, because people follow these things very carefully. And you have businesses that are looking to locate here, and I'm certainly experienced this at the port and in the city, and they want to have certainty of decisions. And here it appears that, at least from the staff report, There is a match between what was asked to be done. And we simply ask for stability of that and not instability and the private sector and capital knowing it can rely on the decisions of government. So with that perspective in mind, I appreciate the opportunity to comment. Thank you.
I mean, it's been 42 years. So I don't understand where the consistency hasn't been. You know what I mean? And so, like when I met with you guys in Waste, you didn't want us to affect Waste's contract. You know what I mean? So it's more than just business thing. It's self-preservation is kind of the thing that I'm getting, and maybe I'm wrong, but that's how I see it on my side. So regardless of what you said and how the business thing, I think people would rather have us fight for the folks that are local and are gonna do the job and at least have a chance to get the job, so I disagree with you. Thank you.
If I just can, I understand what you're saying. And I don't disagree with that perspective at all. I certainly understand it. But what we understood in the board meeting we were at, and we've not followed this day in and day out for sure, but at the end of that meeting it was made very clear in 6 years there were going to be RFPs for all the territories. And you did not hear any of the people who were getting the extension contracts disagree with that. And we understand there will be extensions in 6 years. And where you stand is where you sit. Mr. Vacarezza did a great job of negotiating the contract in Galt. He's got a 33-year contract there. And I'm sure if we were at the Galt City Council right now, he would have a very different attitude on whether to extend contracts into RFPs. And I think in this case, I'm simply saying, if the staff has said they met the criteria, and I'm suggesting from a policy point of view, it's unwise to move the goalposts at that moment. Certainly, you're free to have a different perspective and say I'm wrong.
Point taken. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on, Mr. Herm. Any other questions for Mr. Herm?
Through the chair?
Yes.
I just want to make a comment. I mean, this is a policy decision you guys have to make. That's your area. But I'd be remiss if I didn't point out some concerns I have. If you do go out to the competitive, if you do go to the competitive process route, which, not that this matters, I'm a big free market guy. I'm usually thinking competition is great, free market is great. That's the way you should do all these things. And again, it doesn't matter my personal opinion, but I think it probably sounds like it was a mistake to have continued these contracts time and time again. My concern, though, about at this point in time, going out, putting this out to a competitive process is we are out of compliance right now with SB 1383. And from what I understand, if we do not extend the contract with the Republic, we will be out of compliance at least another year, because Republic's not going to do what is necessary to come in compliance with 1383 so that they can have the contract for a year. So we're going to be out for another year. And the state could fine us. So there's that concern. Regarding the franchise fee, if you decide to pursue a franchise fee, that's going to vastly complicate this, because my reading of this, and this is under a newer case, Zolly, and some other entities may have interpreted franchise fees not subject to Prop 226 and 218. Zolly, in my mind, clarifies it is subject to that, which means you are going to need 2/3 vote of the electorate in March of 2025 to approve the franchise fee. So I don't do this on a routine basis, but it seems to me that if you're putting this out to bid, it certainly complicates the process, putting out to bid something where it's unknown whether the franchise fee is going to be imposed or not, and we won't know that until March of 2025. So those are my concerns.
Supervisor Cannabis.
So it had the 30.
Oh, they can hear you.
Had the 30 days not been allowed for what would have been the course of action then? So if we not given them 30 more days to deal with them, where would we be now? If there was no...
I think you're exactly the same place you are now. You could have 30 days. You could have at that meeting said go to competitive process, and
No,
the
that
same
motion was made by me, and I couldn't even get a second, so that's not true.
All right.
Supervisor Patty.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. First off, County Council, nobody's saying we need to go through a franchise fee. Let's bring it to the taxpayers. Let's get 2/3 vote. Not one person's asking, how can we implement a franchise fee? The only thing we have asked is if Republic is talking about how they're having to pay an extra 940-something thousand, and then County Council, or I'm sorry, Public Works says roughly $800,000. So whatever that number is, what's the difference of if there was a franchise fee? We don't have that number. It's a mystery. And we can go on and on, back and back.
Through the chair, we do have an estimate of that number of what 20% franchise fee would be.
Excellent.
That would, this is a rough estimate, about $2 million a year would be the 20%.
That's exactly what I was wanting to get clarification on. So if we're looking for, and I know Mr. Harriman come up and said that, we've met the spirit, dollar for dollar, it matches, but we're not service for service and not dollar for dollar because there's extras for street sweeping, et cetera. So while we look at the rates, we're not seeing an exact apples to apples, dollar for dollar, service for service comparison. And that's what's spawned the challenge of this board struggling. Supervisor Ding is correct, but the only difference, Supervisor Ding, is that you wanted all of the contracts to go into an RFP. And I'm not saying that was a wrong thing, and it sounds like that's where you guys might be heading in 5 years from now. But in this instance, everybody was pretty satisfied. This is the one district we saw a major disparity in rates and services. So that's why we've, as a board, kind of focused on that. County Council, here's the thing when we talk about the possible being out of compliance with SB 1383, when they passed that law, that didn't really account for counties that might have to go through an RFP or renewal process for services. So I think if we're getting the majority of our county in compliance, and we've got one district that we went out for to be competitive, that's showing the state more than a fair effort. But as it relates to that renewal of contract and services, we shouldn't rush through a contract just to be compliant. We need, as Supervisor Canepa points out, we need to make sure that we're being fair, transparent, and we're being competitive. And we had asked and given an extra 30 days and 60 days later that we're here. I appreciate Republic's efforts. I appreciate our Public Works Department engaging, but I do not feel that we have at this time met the criteria that we asked for. So, County Council, I've asked you in the past about this possibility, and you had mentioned a request for bid is something we could utilize as a board and put out maybe a 30-day window and have anybody that wants to put together a competitive bid for service, and I believe as you defined, the lowest bid gets the lowest bid from a qualified provider would get consideration and perhaps an award. Could you kind of explain this to the board? Maybe we can see if the board would be in favor of that.
Question for the chairman. Have we finished public comment yet?
Yeah, we're still in public comment, but right now we're.
And then after that, I do have, before you move forward with,
I'm just asking, I'm asking
motions.
for clarity on something, Supervisor Ding, of what is an option for the board to consider. So we're getting from County Council, because I spoke to him about this, and request for bid. What does that criteria look like, and how could we utilize that if the board so chose?
Yeah, through the chair, the code section we'd be utilizing would be a Public Resource Code Section 49201. It's rather sparse on details, but it would be basically a call for bids or a request for bids, however you want to put it. In that, I analogize it to how in the olden days, and sometimes still today, we have public works projects bid where we design things, specify exactly what we want, and say, world, who can build this for us most cheaply? It's a similar process according to this public resource code in determining who wins the bid if this is put out for competitive bidding. We need to specify exactly what we're looking for, and then we have bids which are submitted, and whoever's willing to do it cheapest, they get to win the contract or the franchise agreement. In terms of timing, I would have to defer to the department just how quickly that can be done. I understand your perspective is, why don't we take a look at the specifics we've negotiated with Republic not go out and hire a consultant to tell us what we want or don't want, but let's take the specifics we've negotiated with Republic and say, let's see if anybody, including Republic, who can give us the best price to do that. That being said, it's still going to take some time. There is a process involved, and so it's not an instantaneous thing. So I would defer to the department as to how quickly that could be done, but certainly could be done more quickly than if we first hired a consultant.
Director Buckman.
Thank you, Chair.
Director Buckman.
Correct, and we discussed this at the last hearing, and that timing hasn't changed. The overall process to get bids and a recommendation in front of the board would be somewhere in the 4 to 6 month range. And so we'd be in a position in the first couple of months of the new calendar year to recommend a vendor to the board. And we talked, last time, there was concern about would there be sufficient time to transition if we had a new vendor, and we had vendors testify that, yeah, 10, 11 months would be tight, but that it's definitely doable. So it would take us 30 to 45 days to put together a package, probably 45 to 60 days to have it out on the street for vendors to consider, and then another 30 to 60 days to evaluate the proposals, put together a recommendation to the board, and present it to you.
And through the chair, and I should have mentioned one other thing, and just to emphasize the point. Yes, we want to do this quickly, but whoever wins the bid, if it's put out to bid, doesn't start until January 2026. So there's going to be a delay. The main concern is just simply whoever wins the bid having sufficient time to gear up so they're able to do it starting January 2026.
Okay, Supervisor Patty.
Yeah, so you say it's going to take 4 to 6 months to fulfill and get to complete this. How so? Explain the process. That's going to take 4 to 6 months. Like, to me, not being just being a layman, I'm a supervisor up here. I don't know. I don't live in the public works world.
Right.
But to me, you have a criteria that's been presented, a service criteria from Republic. We have a previous service criteria. We know the numbers of doors. We know the parameters of service. What takes 4 months? You take this, here's this parameter of service. This is what we're looking for, and you put it out for bid, and you get bids.
Through the chair, Supervisor Patty, I think I just kind of outlined the process for that, but I'll note that it's really not on the critical path anyway. Regardless of, if we do competitive selection, whether it takes 3 months or 6 months, the contract's not going to be effective until January 1, 2026 anyway. So
Yeah, but there's time for, you have to ramp up with your machines, you have to get together your labor agreements, you have to put a lot together, so we don't want to get down to that 11th and a half hour.
And as we indicated to the board last time, we would, anticipate having a recommendation to the board in the first couple of months of the calendar year, which would give 10 to 11 months, and the vendors at the time that testified to the board that would be a sufficient time for transition.
Yeah, what I'm thinking in my naivete, since I'm not in the public works world, we put out a 30-day proposal request for bid. If any viable, qualified bids come in, we look to consider it. I don't believe we need to hire a company to put together an RFP, go through the advertising process and such.
I don't either, but we have to develop a package that specifies what we want, the exact services. We have to put together a common document that all of the bidders are responding to, so they have the same information. We need to have it out on the street for an adequate amount of time, because if it's not out for 45, at least 60 days, then prices tend to go up. If vendors don't have time to really evaluate a request for proposal or a request for bids, the prices tend to go up. And then we have to evaluate the bids, vet those through council, and go through our multi-week process to get something in front of the board. So realistically, we're looking at the first couple of months of the calendar year.
So you're proposing then it has to be at least 60 days in case inflation hits, that the bid that comes in needs to account for the inflation?
No, it's because if vendors don't have enough time to consider a request for bids, the prices tend to go up, especially if it's complex.
If we have people that are in this business that want to put in a bid, they may not want to put in a bid because it's not worth pursuing.
Right.
I don't understand how you need to extend it to an extra, you need 60 days for them to consider how the prices might go up. They put together a bid based on the necessity of service, and they have a bid, whatever the lowest bid is. We're asking for, we've had at least one vendor, and I've had a call from another one that's interested and sent me information that they'd like it to be competitive and they'd like to have a chance if we didn't approve what was presented today. I'm failing to see that we need the 60 days once the bid goes out, the bid request goes out, because there might be inflation that they're not going to anticipate. I'm not following that.
Well, Supervisor, let's take your assumption and assume it's correct. Let's say we get, it's going to take us 30 days. It's a bare bones minimum to get a package out. If we have it on the street for 30 days and we take 30 days to get it in front of the board for recommendations, that's already 90 days. We're at the beginning of the calendar year already. We're within 60 days of that, which gives 10 or 11 months to transition, if we have a new vendor. So that's our thinking on the timeline, and that's exactly the timing we laid out at the last meeting.
Okay, so we could get it out, you think, in 30 days and have a 30-day request period, and then come back with something in the board in early December?
I think that timing's a little aggressive for us to commit to that. I mean, we can certainly shoot for as soon as possible, but I think I laid out somewhere between 30 and 45 days to put out a package, 45 to 60, maybe 45. So 45, let's say it's 45, that's 90 days, and then another 6 weeks to get to the board. We're still talking about February.
Okay, so Chair, just the last question. What is it about the put out the package that would require 4 to 5 weeks to define the services? We know the services. We received a proposal for the services. X amount of doors will be serviced in X, in a certain capacity. What is it about, inform me, I don't know. Why is that a 45-day, take a proposal, put it on a piece of paper, this is the services we're looking for, there's X amount of doors, we need recycling, we need, X, all this kind of waste and all the criteria that's out there. What's complicated about that?
We have to be very careful about how we state what we want, because we're kind of bound by that when we get the bids. It's the basis of a selection, and so we want to make sure we're laying out exactly what we're expecting, all the ancillary services, all the other stuff, and there's process for us to develop that. Yes, you're right, we have a great idea of what we want based on the current contract we've negotiated with Republic, but we have to put that all in writing, get it vetted through council. There's a process that we have to go through. Publish the notice of bids, post it on our website, get it to bid houses. So there's a process involved, and it takes a number of weeks.
Good. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Mr. Boss, I have a question for you. Can you please come forward? So you're familiar with Area C, correct?
A bit.
And if you were to put a proposal together, how long would it take you to put a proposal?
Looking at the criteria, and staff has, like they said, put together, the negotiations with Republic.
Okay.
We can turn a proposal, once we have that in front of us, in 14 days.
Okay, and just put it out there, in 14 days, say, we put it out for bid, and you were to win the bid, in 1 year from now, on January 26th of January, could you be ready with trucks and?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Okay. Any other questions, Mr. Bothell? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Public is still open, so please come forward.
I'm the president of Local 439. Again, we represent Waste Management and Republic Services. So you're talking about the members that could lose their benefits, that they're under a contract right now. They have medical, they have a pension. And to go to a third party, they would lose that. You guys, and these are your residents. These guys make a good living out here, pour out into the community, and we're just talking about eliminating their jobs if it went to a third party. And that is just the beginning. That would just be a crack in the door, and that's a fear that you have great residents doing the job currently, and these companies like Waste and Republic are guaranteeing them a great pension, a great retirement, great medical for their family and their kids. When we're talking about taking care of your people, they have proven and shown, these companies, I'm talking about Waste and Republic, they're not just talking about it, they're shown in their contracts. They're stepping up to the plate and taking care of your residents in a great way. You know, when they go to the doctor, they have great benefits. The doctor is going, wow, you got great benefits, low co-payments. This is proven, and they've been doing it for the past 25, 30, 40 years. That's why there hasn't been a reason to change. On a separate note, Cannabis, you know, you had a car wash here where the Teamsters, as far as I've been around for 24 years, we patronized your business because it was great. While you were there, I was just telling my partner that you were hands-on. You would be out there with your jeans. And we went for that reason, stability. Now that you're not there, we don't go there no more. There's this Yahoo company that took over, a bunch of crackheads running it. We don't go there no more because the stability is gone. And that's all we're saying as far as the Teamsters. We want stability for these workers. If it's not broke, don't fix it. Thank you.
Chair, I have a question. I have a quick follow-up question for the union representative. In San Joaquin County, all of the different collection companies that are serving, how many of them are non-union? How many of them are union?
Well, are you talking about the waste division? There's only one outfit that I'm aware of, which is Cal Waste. That's not. Everything around here, either local or Bay Area or Livermore, it's all unionized.
Got it. So unions are pretty pervasive for the service sector that we're talking about.
We're here in the grocery industry. We got UPS. We got the McDonald's.
I'm talking about waste and waste collection.
Okay.
Is it mostly all union?
Yeah, majority is union.
Except Cal Waste. I'm not familiar with what their service division may be.
Yeah, I see their trucks here and there, but as far as to my knowledge, in the waste industry, it's primarily pro-union. Yeah.
So then if a new provider were to come along, it would be perhaps likely that they would negotiate and put together an agreement with the union?
In my experience, they'll say, hell no. They run the opposite direction because they don't want to pay that pension. They don't want to pay that medical. That's cost to them. So in my experience, no, we fight tooth and nail to get these non-union outfits to turn union. It's a fight. We're fighting every day. I mean, 2 days from now, we'll be at Superstores in Lathrop trying to get those guys to join you. So no, it's not.
On waste management? On the waste collection issue?
No.
Okay.
But they fight tooth and nail. They don't want to pay. Why would they want to pay the extra cost for benefits when they don't have to right now?
Well, I would imagine
that's a challenge. I never seen it in my 25 years that a company voluntarily say, yeah, we'll join the Teamsters. I've never seen it. So to answer your question, no, I don't believe it.
Okay. My thought is that continuity of service and without creating a major disruption, you'd want to have your qualified labor force that's working so you hit the ground running right away. That would be my experience.
Right.
Thank you.
And you have them right now.
Understood.
Your residents are doing the work right now.
Understood. Thank you.
Tom, come forward, please. Tom, before you speak, you're good? Okay, go ahead, John.
My name is Tom Sanchez, 8335 Leale Avenue, Murata or Stockton. I heard that 12-day or 14-day implementation. That only been a 12 or 14-day implementation of a new contract after an RFP or even putting the information out. Well, that was a 14-day implementation schedule. That only benefits one company. And if you're going to go to RFP, I thought you wanted the lowest bid. 12 days, I could say 10 days. You know, there used to be that program where I could name that tune in 3 minutes or 2 words. That's what it sounds like here. But first and foremost, I have to say that the city, or the county, excuse me, and Republic met, and the county gave Republic the schedule of events, what we're gonna agree to or not. And in my view, they did that. Yeah, we could nitpick and say, oh, well, they didn't do this leaf sweep. And there's a lot of idiosyncrasies. There's a lot of complications in all in all contracts. There's so many different idiosyncrasies. But they met with them and said, this is what we want. That's what they gave them. I know, somebody else come in and say, well, you didn't give them the street sweeping. You didn't give them the extra special tag. You didn't give them, well, at the end of the day, did I give you the rate? Did I give you the rate? That's what I, as a customer in the county, I want to know what my rate is, and am I getting the service? I'm a service company, I'm going to give you this service. And these are the services I want, and this is how much I'm going to pay for it. So at the end of the day, if you're going to go to RFP, it doesn't, I know we're good. And if we have to get it out in 30 days, well, we're going to try, but you're not going to get our best. Why you want to rush it? That's why you try to take longer to do an RFP if you're going to do it. You don't have, the whole time we've been here, we don't have the time. We don't have the time. That's why you gave another 30 days, and that's why you didn't put it out to RFP to begin with, because of the time. At the end of the day, if you're going to put it on to RFP, let's put the time into it. And I think your staff has said it'll take you 6 months or whatever the dates he said. That's what it really takes. That's what it really takes. You know, can we get the trucks out? You know, got me a year to get the trucks out and implement the routes, routing, labor contracts, et cetera, et cetera. Those are all things that have to be done. And yeah, if I have a year to do that, we're going to get it done. But don't implement a scenario where only one company benefits. That's not what you wanted in the first place. And I personally, I'm in support of extending the contract. We've been doing this for how many months? We've been negotiating this now for a year. And here's where we're still at. Any questions? Thank you.
I see none, thank you. Anyone else would like to speak? Oh, Ferrello, I'm sorry, CEO.
Thank you, through the chair. I respect whatever the board wants to do. I do ask that we listen to staff, and they're the ones, excuse me, they're the experts. They do have to follow a certain process.
Right.
And if you go through an RFP, I would request that and I'd recommend that you listen to staff and at least, you know, give them enough time so that they get it into the scope so that you do have a good competitive bid.
I agree.
And I believe Director Buckman had said that in a previous board meeting that it was, I think we had indicated we might go out to RFP, and some of the vendors did say if it comes back in January, February, it does leave them 10 or 11 months to get that in order. And, you know, I just want you to.
Yeah, I get it. Thank you very much for your input.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Rudy Vacaraza. Did I say it right?
Pretty much. Well,
Let's
I'll
hear you
take
say
it.
it. Let's hear you say it.
Yeah. Vacaraza.
Vacaraza,
So,
I got it.
So, Mr. Chairman, board, you know, I had a speech, but, you know, a lot's been said here today.
Right.
But, so I'm with Cal Waste. My family's ran a refuse hauling and sanitary professional recycling service company in San Joaquin County for close to 100 years. You know, as a local business, as well as I think a lot of local businesses, we pride ourselves in trying to provide the highest possible value to our customers and community. And, you know, I commend the board for the actions you've taken so far on this item. You know, staff spoke that, you know, these rates that you're considering today are some of the lowest that we have in the 5 other franchises. And, you know, there's one reason for that. It's because we're here today. If this wouldn't have happened, had this not all gone down, essentially. So I commend the board for that. You know, with that said, you know, it's providing that value. Now's the opportunity that you guys have for your constituents and the residents alike. And the value's not there. When you talk about, oh, it's rate for rate, it's on the surface level, a lot's been said about it, and I think we understand that this 20% franchise fee is not embedded in these rates. But are they paying those rates and that's what they're paying? Yes, but those franchise fees, as other people have attested to, are used throughout the communities. They go in the general fund, they go into supporting staff and their programs, and that is value that the residents use. So by not addressing it and stating that, well, it's just the rate and that was the goal, that was not the goal in our opinion. And I don't think it was some of your goals either. And some of that value can add up to millions of dollars that can be used throughout the county for various programs. You guys talked about some things before this meeting, homeless programs, women and children's programs, and those funds can be used for that. So, and I think addressing this 1383 element of not meeting that goal, I've been in the waste business my whole life, and I've dealt with Cal Recycle related to this 1383 implementation in many districts, many jurisdictions. We have areas that we service that aren't in 1383 and don't plan to be for years, but if you present a plan to the state and they see that you're gonna see that plan through, they will support you. They're not gonna hit you with monetary fines. It's just something that they're gonna insist that you keep on that path once you're in that direction. So I don't see that as being an issue. I think Mr. Patty, Supervisor Patty hit it on the head is, there's a path there, the state will support it and not to rush through to a contract. So, with that said, from the standpoint of implementing, getting the trucks and, I think the question was asked to Mr. Basso, like how quick could you put a bid through? I mean, we have a bid ready. Just looking at the services, we peeled through the city's contract, the county's current contract, we guessed at what it was and we think we're pretty on. And so whatever the timeline is that staff chooses with the board's direction, we'll support. And it doesn't benefit one company. There's multiple other companies, local companies within this county that would be interested in this as well. So we're just trying to create the opportunity and create the value opportunity. And we appreciate you guys hearing us today, so.
No, well said. Thank you very much. So we have a question for you. Supervisor Patty.
Coming from the private sector, as I have, you said you're looking at the criteria of what the service would be, and you can come up with a pretty accurate estimate on what the proposal that you're going to present. So that's a binding proposal. You'd say, we're willing to make a commitment and provide this service, even though inflation might go up, even though some variables can happen over the next 60, 90, 120 days, you're representing that you or anybody else would be qualified in putting together your bid that would be binding to the county, and it would take into factors that there might be a fuel increase, there could be a cost of labor increase, there could be variables that are, as our Public Works pointed out, it's like, in the next 60 days, there could be an increased cost that are unanticipated, so it's not fair to ask for a bid at this point because there are undefined variables. But you are confident with your experience that you or anybody else that's knowledgeable about this realm of business, which I'm not, I couldn't put together a bid. I could estimate crane lifting, but I don't estimate services for waste collection. You're confident that you or any other company could look at the scope of work and understand and put together a binding agreement in pretty short order.
Yeah, very confident. I mean, I find it, to these large companies that are talking up here, to say that they don't know their costs to operate and by home, regional service area, I mean, they got more data sources than anybody. I mean, it's not true. I mean, you can come up with your cost to operate, give me the number of homes, you look on a map, you can come up with a bid pretty darn quickly. You make some assumptions based on labor. And yeah, at the end of the day, what's written in that agreement that was presented in this bid process is the Bible that you go by. And that's the standard template throughout the state of California that hundreds of garbage companies are adherent to. So to say that that can't be done is just not true.
All right, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions there? Any other comments? No one else like to speak? I will close public comment. Bring it back to the board. Supervisor Ding, I believe you were first.
Thank you. This is pretty simple to me. And to refresh this board's memory, and it was Area C, and it was Republic's contract, and I made a motion to put it out to bid. I didn't even get a second on it. After that was done, I didn't take my ball and go home. I stayed in the room and worked with staff who busted their ass on this proposal with Waste Management to get this done. And this is so strange to me. I've got a group of men over here I've got more respect for, and I'm thinking, if I broke my word, David Vacker has to be laughing at me. He'd say, you son of a bitch. You're not keeping your word. We wanted these rates, and what my district cares about, how much are they paying for the garbage? What services they're getting? And I played a little hardball. I got what I wanted out of the deal, and I've got to commit to that. I also look at, people in waste management standing here. These are our community partners too. So I don't just, say it's a bad thing that we've had a 40-year relationship. And remember, this is coming from the guy who wanted to put everything out to bid. So I got what we wanted. Could we get a better deal if we kept, asking different women to the dance? Maybe so. But I got what I wanted. And if we want to talk about going out after that, you can do that. But I don't think you just piss all over a longstanding relationship when you gave your word, you said, come to the table, match the rates, and that's what they did. And I can't ask for any more at this point in time.
Anyone else? Supervisor Cannabis.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough one. It's not like they're gonna lose the bid, you know what I mean? So if it comes to this, I'm not for speeding up the process. I mean, it needs to be open and transparent, and whoever can win the bid wins the bid. And towards the Teamsters, I mean, I just worked hard at my family's business because that's what I did, to keep the doors open. You know what I mean? And so for me, I appreciate that. But it is important because in apples to apples, if you are comparing the costs and things like that, does that come up in the bid process that it's Teamsters or non-Teamsters? Because that will make a difference. So, you know what I mean? And when you set the parameters, how does that come up? Prevailing wage, I know we've been dealing with that for a lot of the county projects, and the one that I got for cleaning the slough was prevailing wage. So, I mean, it does need to be apples to apples, because in all fairness to them, you know what I mean? And for me, it makes sense, and it's more alarming because their trucks are already on those routes. So for them not to be able to compete is alarming because they're already there, and you know what I mean? So that gives them, a one-up on the outside firms. So I'm not for speeding it up. I mean, I get it, and however quick you are to draw is fine. But I mean, as far as the county and open and transparent, that's what this needs to be. And that's the only way that I'll support it, is that if everyone's got a chance, Republic, Waste, or whoever it is, you know what I mean? And I understand that, going forward with all these moving parts, timing is of the essence, but my goal is the best deal for the taxpayers. And that's what I was kind of hoping for, is that, you know what I mean? Hey, there's $1 million difference off of there. The tipping thing, I mean, if they said 200% is $2 million, there's $1 million. Why can't it go to the taxpayer in their rates? We don't need it in our general fund. That would have been something, hey, this is kind of a thing. There's a little bit of gray area here that we're dealing with $1 million of extra dollars, because I get you can't do the franchise fee, but maybe we could have came back and saved a few more, cents on the things. So that's the kind of the frustration that I have. And I understand Supervisor Ding's thing is, yeah, they met this. But you know what I mean, in all fairness, did they meet it with the grain of salt saying, hey, this is the best thing that we can do, or hey, we're just accommodating because, you know what I mean, there's some questions in the past of whether or not there was, what caused the increase in the same route and the same driver and the same person in the same neighborhood. So for me, representing taxpayers, that's the most important thing. There's $1 million now that we got that number. You know what I mean? Does that go back into the contract? Who does that go into? Does it go into buying cans? Does it go into buying something for the SB 1383? That would have been something that had some meat in the presentation for me. So I'll stop ranting once again. Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair, and I think we're wrapping this up and talking about, see where we might go with the board, if we can, let me just get a little clarity. So yeah, I agree with you, Supervisor Canepa, that $1 million, I mean, look at the public dumping, how much money we spend, and the people keep asking for, how do we clean up public dumping? So that $1 million alone, that could be allocated into the county, so it isn't, even though it's a rate, as Supervisor Ding's pointing out and others have pointed out, it was more than just the rate. It was, you looked at the service and the franchise fees and the apples for apples, service for service, and I'm glad that Supervisor Ding worked with our Public Works Department, but it wasn't Supervisor Ding that gave the 30-day extension and asked for the apples for apples, service for service. It was myself and Supervisor Canepa, and if I didn't receive a phone call and work very carefully with Public Works that we ended up here today, okay, that's why we're going to have a discussion that's not quite as agreeable. So to that point, so here's a question. I just clarify with CAO. We're talking about RFP or an RFB, request for a bid. And I believe the pathway going forward, and CAO, I'm not putting words in your mouth, but if we got a clarity, the RFP would take a bit longer period of time. Would that be correct?
Sorry, through the chair. Supervisor Patty, it can, but it's more a function of the complexity rather than the RFP versus RFB.
Do you have a preference?
Well, my understanding from county council is that the basis of selection for a contract of this type has to be based on a bid. And the difference, they're very similar. The difference is that a bid is that the selection is based entirely or almost entirely based on price. You can have qualifications and other things.
Understood.
A pure RFP on, say, the professional services side, the selection is based purely on qualifications, and price is rarely, if ever, a factor, or if it is, it's small. So that's kind of the spectrum we're operating on. Putting together the package is similar. It's a little more mechanical for a bid package, an RFB, but it's very detailed, exacting, because it's the basis of selection. So we have to describe very carefully and very well, in a very detailed fashion, what we want. But
it's not a foreign universe. We know what we want. We have a criteria.
We know what we want. We can put it together relatively quickly. But there's still a lot of detail involved, and there's reviews like county counsel's office,
sure.
And there's publishing and notification, notices of bidders. So there's a process involved, and it takes some time.
I understand all that, and I'm not trying to supersede the process. We want to make sure we're getting what's going to be fair and transparent and open and viable to anybody that's suitable to put a bid forward if we're not approving what's in front of us right now.
And the amount and the reason for having it on the street for a sufficient amount of time is it opens up to the widest potential market of bidders, not necessarily just the people in this room, and some may be able to respond quickly, some may be able to not, but it's, and shortening the time frame tends to reduce our participation, and it tends to push prices up. So we try not to squeeze that window too tight.
Right. Well, we do know that if there's anybody from another universe is going to do any services, they do need a time to ramp up, have equipment, and be ready for services. So we don't want to start tying hands behind backs.
On the back side of it, we don't want to compress that timeline too far either. I agree with you.
Right, okay. So let me ask you this. Right now, we're in August, the end of August. So if we went 30 days forward, if we went 30 days forward from now, and you had 30 days to prepare an RFP or RFB, and if you're trending towards the RFP, if you had 30 days, so now we're at the end of September, 30 days later, which gives adequate a time for anybody to put together a bid in this universe. This isn't something that's foreign to the, there's a select number of companies that would want to be players in this, and you'll put notification out there. So if we did 30 days for preparation, 30 days for a bid going out, if you want to extend it to 45 days, that puts us into and could qualify that we bring this back at the end of November or the first meeting in December, which might be the last meeting. But I'd like to wrap this up before the end of the year so it gives adequate time for whomever to be properly prepared. Is that a problem with the timeline? That's giving you a good 90 days.
It's important to keep in mind that this isn't a process we do every day. As it's been pointed out, the last time the county did this was 42 years ago. So that's more aggressive a timeline than I'm comfortable committing to. I'm comfortable committing to January, February timeline like we had
We
indicated
have a
before.
different board here at that point, Fritz, and I don't think it's fair. So you guys just finished negotiating and putting together a contract. Do you mean to tell me that all of a sudden, come tomorrow morning, it's going to be a whole new universe? You have no clue the numbers of houses, the realm of service that's going to be provided. You have no idea. This is going to be completely new and foreign to anybody that's going to pick up, start their computer tomorrow morning and look at what are we going to do for a bid process or RFP. We have no knowledge about this. We don't hit the ground running. I mean, I'm lost as to how we can't get this done and go through county council to dot i's, cross t's, and put this out in 30 to 45 days max. I'm really struggling to see how we couldn't do that.
Well, we could put it out in 30 to 45 days, but that's just the first part of the process. We have to have it on the street for a period of time. And
What's
then
the law
evaluate the
require
bids
when
and
it
get it
says-
back to the board, and it's a 4-week process just to get back in front of the board.
Okay, so when you say you have to get it out on the street, what's the state, county, or federal law require for how long you put it out there?
There's not. It's more a fact, a matter of professional judgment. And I think 30 days would be a bare bones minimum to me for something like this, as large and complex of a service area as we're talking about.
So you do
I
45
would prefer
days.
longer.
45 days is the extra couple weeks for anybody to dot i's, cross t's, and put together a bid, and then you're back to us again back in December. Work with us here, Fred. The board's trying to come together. The board's trying to see if this works. If not, do we just put this off until, let's just start this in January with a new board, then they come aboard, and you can start all over the information process with 2 new supervisors, or you can say, I think we can do this, and yes, we can. Let's get to work. And I'm not trying to put words in your mouth.
With board's direction, we will expedite this to the extent possible. I'm not prepared to commit to you right now that we can get this back to you by the end of the calendar year.
So do we hire an outside agency that actually could do this because we can't in our own public works department?
If I get direction from the board to make it happen by the end of the year, we'll figure out a way to do it. I wouldn't recommend that because I think that's going to reduce our participation in the bid process, and it has the potential to push up our prices.
How's it
But if I get that,
Supervisor Patty,
direction,
if I can
then
ask
we'll
a
do our
question.
best to do that.
Yeah. So, okay, well, thank you for sharing where you're at, but you agree with direction of the board, even though you don't want to rush it, there's criteria that could be met. I got you, thank you.
Supervisor Ding, go ahead.
So my question, Supervisor Patty, just like the last vote where I voted to put it out for bid, and then it came back for a second vote, knowing how the board felt I went in a different direction, I would ask here, we do the same thing. I want a motion on the staff's recommendation to proceed, because depending on how the rest of the board feels, that changes how I want to proceed after that as well. So I think we need to address in a motion staff's recommendation first.
Which is, sorry,
please. Proceed with Republic, because if the board votes yes to proceed, it's a moot point. If they vote, if you guys vote no to proceed because you want to put it out to public bid, then we need to talk about exactly what we're directing staff to do. So I want to take care of the first piece of business first.
County Council, since Supervisor Ding is addressing me through the chair, County Council, do you think we need to take action on what's before us before we give direction to staff?
I see the logic in that position. It's not legally required, but I understand the logic why it would make sense to do that.
Okay, so then would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make, Mr. Chairman, I think
Before
you
you
have
make a
some other
motion,
comments?
before you make a
Yes.
motion, can we have Supervisor Rickman speak? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. As you can see, I was been the most quiet of all of us here. And one of the reasons being this doesn't touch my district. This is an issue with everybody else but the 5th District. And, this decision that we're making here today doesn't affect, countywide policy. In fact, that issue was resolved several meetings ago when we were talking about the RFP. So no matter what this board decision is today, it's not going to bind future, the whole entire county to this one policy. So with that, I mean, I feel it's in the best interest, I mean, to be fair, is for me to abstain on this vote, and I'll let you guys figure it out since it touches each and one of your districts and not mine.
Okay, well, speaking of districts, it probably affects my district the most. And I understand your position, Director Fritz, but the truth of the matter is, they've had the contract for 42 years. It's only right that there's opportunity for other people to bid on it. And I understand it takes long, you know, if we're not in office, we're not in office, but at least give somebody an opportunity to bid on it. And I'm not saying one person, everybody can bid on it. It's not fair, it's 42 years. And the only reason they lowered their rate is because it was gonna go off for RFP, and I think that's ridiculous. You just showed up at the first meeting because you guys thought you had it in your hand, and then you show up and you say, okay, we'll lower our rates because we're gonna take the contract from you. I hate to say it, that's BS. It needs to be open and go off RFP and let other people with pros on it. And if it takes longer than 3 months, 4 months, 6 months, whatever, but give them an opportunity. That's what I'm in favor for. Mr. Dean, if you want to make a.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to
Go
follow
ahead.
staff direction and proceed with, go ahead and verbalize my words.
I think you're making a motion to proceed with finalizing a contract with Republic to service Area C.
Based on the new rates and guidelines developed by staff.
Is there a second?
Okay.
Okay, there's no second. Motion dies on the floor.
Opposite of last time.
Okay.
2 weeks, I'll put it out to bid, you guys can vote again.
So I'm going to, Chair, if I could make a
Yes.
motion, we wrap this up. I'm going to ask that we wanted to be fair, transparent. We want to give adequate time for people. I'm going to ask extra effort on behalf of Public Works that you can bring something out to the public in the next 30 to 45 days. We can put out a good 30-day window. If we've gotten 0 submissions, we can come back to the board and submit. We may have adequate submissions to consider. And then after that, you've got a 2-week period. Let's get this back to the board in the early part of December to review the best options possible. And I know that, you know, when you received offers from Republic, you let us know right away. We have an offer. We're ready to go. We have an option for the board to consider. So I don't think it's once that you close out the bid that it's another 30 or 40 days or another 60 days to review what we've received. So I'd like to ask Public Works, and you guys are stellar. You guys are always amazing. You always meet and exceed what's expected of you, and that is absolutely truthful. We know that you get recognized nationwide for your accolades and the excellence. So I would ask that we step up on this, bring it back to this board while this board is together, and we can close this out and come up with a bid to consider the first part of December. So that's going to be a very long-winded motion, but I'm asking staff if they could do that, and if so, that I'd make that as a motion with direction to staff. Do I need a motion, or is this giving direction?
Well, you're giving direction, and I just want to clarify what it is, the direction. It sounds like you're giving direction. The motion is to give direction to staff to proceed with a competitive process for servicing Area C with a goal of having this finalized by December. I didn't hear a dictate.
Do I need since this is agendized and we didn't pass what was presented, is that just giving general direction, or does this need to come in as a motion and we vote on it?
Well, the motion is giving general direction, and that was contemplated in the board letter, so
Okay.
that's fine.
All right, so then that is my motion as stated. Thank you.
And through the chair, Supervisor Patty, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, through the chair. And I guess I can let you speak, Fritz, or Mr. Buckman. I just caution the board, I just would like to hear from Mr. Buckman if it's reasonable for him to try and make it back by December, because what we don't want is a failed process. We don't want that to come back.
Correct.
And so I would ask. oops, sorry.
if
Director
they-
Buckman.
If there's trouble in the wind, if we've gotten, say, this has been delayed, unforeseen, we have zero bids, this is not going to happen by December, I could see there could be an extension that goes outside of the December realm, but I'd like to have an ambitious goal that we bring it forward. So understanding CAO, thank you for that caution.
Supervisor Ding.
And this is why I wanted to do the other motion first, so I can throw my 2 cents in here. If we're gonna put it out to bid, I'm more concerned with best practices. We have, everybody in this room knows garbage better than we do, but I wanna make sure we have the best efforts and the best bids by not only our existing company who's been in longstanding partnership with us, but our new companies as well. And I think we're making speed the priority rather than quality. And that's kind of what I don't understand the December thing. I mean, I want to make sure that, I think you're right. Let's get it done as quickly as we can, but not if quality is going to suffer, not if I'm not getting a complete bid. Because at the end of the day, there's 3 of us that are gonna have to deal with these garbage rates for the next 6 years, maybe 2, we'll find out.
Okay. Anyone else?
Chairman, if I can respond to that point, and we're in August, September, October, November, December, you have 4 days, almost 100, you have 100 and something days to get this done. We're not saying create the smartphone for us and do it quickly so we can hurry up. And this is pretty simple. This is a service, a well-known service area, and I understand CAO's caution, and I'm not trying to say move forward in haste and do something randomly risky to the county. I think we understand the universe of service, and we're not flying the space shuttle. This is service, collection, dumping, and street cleaning and everything else that the agreements incorporate. I don't think it's that complicated. So.
I don't assume to understand anybody else's business. So, it's like somebody coming in and saying, I'll take over your restaurant, come up with a new plan in 90 days, best of luck to you. I'm sure garbage is, contracts are a little bit more complicated than pulling up to somebody's house and, throwing the trash in and dumping it somewhere. Maybe I'm wrong. But I think staff knows, the companies know. I just want to get a quality project.
I agree. Again, through the chair, I agree. You have 2 individuals with decades of experience both say, it's not a complicated process. We could put together a good bid. So I'm trusting them to recognize.
We're from a public entity. You have staff, we have to have, notice, and then we have to bring it for reading and everything else. So I have no doubt private sector can do their part quickly.
Yeah.
But we do have certain requirements since we are a public entity.
I agree with you. I'm not asking you to rush, but I think we should take advantage of every opportunity. And when someone wants to bid on a contract that somebody's had for 40 years, let everybody have an opportunity. And if it takes time, it takes time. I'm not telling you, I would like it before December, before we term out, but if not, I'm sure 2 new supervisors will see our point of view that one company's had it for 40 years, and now it's time for someone else to have an opportunity to at least bid on it. That's why I recommend RFP. But Supervisor Patty, do you want to make your motion?
Well, I made the motion in the spirit of, and again, if something goes sideways and we can have a COVID outbreak tomorrow, the monkeypox, and everything shuts down for the next 90 days, and we're not going to get a bid because everything's shut down. But if we, in the spirit of wanting to move forward and understanding you guys are all busy, I think my motion is, again, it's not in stone that it must be done by December, but in the spirit of considering time, and we know that any provider is going to have to be ramped up and ready if they're qualified. So that's my motion.
In order to get a 4-0 so that we're coming here unanimously, what I would ask, just a gentleman's request, is in the most timely manner.
Sure.
Rather than December, in the most timely manner.
Yeah, in the most timely, expedient manner.
I can second that.
We have a first and we have a second with Supervisor Canepa in a timely manner. Is that correct?
Yep, I'll add that.
Okay, great. Are you okay with that, Mr. Buckman?
Yes, we understand the importance of getting this done as quickly as possible, and we'll
a timely manner.
We'll endeavor to do that, and I actually have a couple ideas that could maybe streamline the process a little bit while.
That's the spirit, kid.
While still giving people adequate opportunity to respond and opening up to the broadest possible market.
Tia Regallo, do you have any comment? We're good?
No.
You're okay
Yes.
with that?
Thank you, Chair.
We have a first and a second. Can we have a vote, please? And the motion passes 4-0 with one abstain. Thank you very much, and appreciate everybody coming out and putting your input in. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Moving on to Board of Supervisors comments and committee reports. Who would like to start?
Chairman, I'll start off, just go real brief.
Yep.
Yesterday, thank you Supervisor and Chairman Villapudua. Through your office and with the help of my Chief of Staff, we've had two very successful public meetings on homelessness and public safety. This is something that's been very informative, highly attended. It's a hotbed issue, letting people know in the community that we're not sitting on our hands. There's so many things that we have done that's proactive and in motion. The public has had a great level of engagement and participation in this because it's a big issue and we have done a lot. So those have been informative meetings, and I have more of those planned as part of the Homeless Ad Hoc Committee. And that's all I'll share for today. Thank you.
Great. Anyone else? Paul Cannabis, Supervisor Cannabis.
Thank you, Chair. So it's kind of the epitome of my elected career as we went to a ribbon cutting for a fence. So a lot of people make light of it, but it was actually one of the things when I left the city of Stockton was the fence on the golf course at Ben Holt, and through the city and Mike Blauer's wherewithal, we've got it done. So it's a beautification project there. We've also attended, there was a 100th birthday. The county strategic planning was a day, I think, well spent with our department heads and got some good goals going forward so that we can actually have something that leads us to a better county. We also, behavioral health is always on my mind and getting people, services, and I think as a county, we're getting there. Another family event was Family Promise. They did it at Central Methodist, and I think it's important that we have good family events like that. I also went to the Miracle Mile. They closed Pacific Avenue for UOP students, and that was a well-attended event. One of those other things that we have a great community, and when we get together, it's pretty lethal. I also tried to bowl for the Crime Stoppers, had a fundraiser, and they do great, amazing work in the community. And I also attended, and I brought the 6th floor to represent for the voter. The ROV had an open house, so we went down to represent the 6th floor because I think it's important that all of us county departments stand together and stand tall. So with that, thank you for listening.
Thank you. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. First thing first, busy day, and it's cool that we have a board. There were disagreements, there was back and forth, and you can see it remained professional, and we still like each other. Just because we disagree on things doesn't mean.
How's that assumption?
And that's what politics is supposed to be all about, right? The exchange of ideas and debate, and you come up to a conclusion. Whatever side you're on, you move on. So it's great to have colleagues like that. Couple things real quickly. BJ Brewery opened up in Tracy yesterday. Monday was their grand opening. So if you're in the Tracy area, cruise on by. I had an opportunity to go over there and have some food, great food. I think when I was mayor in 2017, we were talking to them. And it's always, they'll be here next year. So 7 years later, it's in Tracy. It's been packed, so go check it out. Congratulations to the Escalon Senior Fun Bunch on their 5-year anniversary. I had an opportunity to go down to the city of Escalon, and thank you to the mayor and council and their staff for allowing me to do so and join them to recognizing the Fun Bunch. And there's a lot more different things that I've been to, ribbon cuttings and all, but I'll end with this instead. Hey, Friday night football is back, so my favorite time of year. You know, if you have a chance, go out there and watch some of the local football games, you know, especially the high school, go Bulldogs. But since I have a bunch of different high schools in my district, I'll say go Cougars, Wolfpack, and Indians, Ripon. So my point is, great athletes we have here in San Joaquin County as a whole. So go out and check out a game, bring the family, make it a date night. And with that, Chair, I'm not gonna be like Supervisor Patty and talk for another 2.5 hours. I'm gonna turn it over back to you. Thank you.
Mr. Dean, you're good?
I just one thing to say.
Okay.
For County Administrator Sandy Regalo, we were joking around how everybody pronounces your name and her name and so forth. I just want to say how pleased I am right now with our department staff, with our county administrator. And I was making a comment to our county council earlier. It's so refreshing to have his depth of knowledge on issues. He's not just reading a code book. I mean, he's heard this over and over through his years and years of experiences in different counties. And it is much appreciated, and it gives us confidence in the decisions we're making. So thank you. Oh,
Yep.
and I better not forget our county clerk, who we wouldn't be able to function without. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Rachel.
Well, I would second that, Mr. We're blessed to have a county administrator in our county council, and of course, Rochelle does an amazing job as long as we're everything on the 6th floor. I just have one announcement. On September 12th, 2024, at 2:30 to 4:30, we'll have the State of the County. Hope all my good friends here can,
I'm busy.
You're busy? Okay.
I think I'm busy also.
Okay, great. So good. I got one friend over here, 2 friends? Okay, great. So we're gonna adjourn to closed session. County council, is there anything to report going into closed session?
I expect there will be, yes.
Great. Everyone, we'll see you guys on September 10th. Have a wonderful rest of the week. Thank you.
Yes, with regard to the initiation of litigation matter on closed session, there was a motion made by Supervisor Patty, seconded by Supervisor Canepa, and by a vote of 5-0, the board authorized initiating a legal proceeding, the terms and conditions of which will be made available upon request once parties have been served with the appropriate paperwork. That's it.
Everyone have a great week.